T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, taking future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Hiya, Bobby.
Hi, Ken.
You want to go for a ride?
Sure, Ken.
Jump in.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a blonde bimbo girl in a fantasy world. Dress me up, make it tight, I'm your darling.
You're my doll, rock and roll. Feel the glamour and pink. Kiss me here, touch me there, hanky panky.
night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. I knew you would just absolutely love that song this morning. So I had to do it. I mean, obviously, with Adam Aaron posting a bunch of Barbie stuff this weekend, and the very minute that I read his post, where he started commenting on ERA and Taylor Swift's ERA concert tour, I kind of knew. I was like, there's got to be some hidden message in there, and I was like, but there's no way I'm gonna try and decode that, because I'm looking at it, I'm sitting there going like, it just made me laugh. All I could do was laugh, and but anyways, Adam Aaron's doing his best to show up in a pink suit for the premiere showing of Barbie, and so I figured today's song had to be the Barbie song there, so it just seemed appropriate. Right off the bat, we got this really interesting push down on AMC's price down to about $3.90. And on the flip side to that is that Ape went up to about $2.38 before they kind of came back down and are settling down at about $3.93 right now on AMC and $1.98 on Ape. I had mentioned, I think, to a couple people over the weekend that, and I think I may have actually mentioned as well last week, that one of the prices that seemed to make the most sense to me for a conversion reverse split pricing as far as market cap goes was $2 on Ape and $4 on AMC. Seemed like a pretty possible chance that might be what's going to happen. So maybe this may be a good sign here that they're in the know that something may be right around the corner here. Seeing them move the price this much in the pre-market hours in both directions tells me that instead of doing this slower, than slow and methodically, that they're ready to just push it to right where they want it to for this reverse split and conversion. So AMC is down 5%, Ape is up 4.86. It's not. It's just strange. It's just strange, right? I mean, this is exactly how it's supposed to be, right? I mean, this is, and then now we got AMC driving back up to 415, which probably means that Ape is going to come driving back down. Yep, there it is. Ape back down to 182. Well, I'll tell you this. What this certainly means for us this morning is that we're seeing an abundance of volume. And that's not a bad thing. We've always said that we needed to see more volume to get to where we needed to go. So we've got volume at 60,000 shares going through AMC so far, and we still got another 45 minutes left here before we get to market opens, sorry, the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. So we got time to see some more volume. I'm all for it. 260,000 shares traded so far on Ape. Quite a bit of volume going through here. All right, so what's up with the title for the day today? Killing two birds with one stone. Sound of Freedom plus the A-list membership. As I promised you guys, I reached out to a knowledgeable source. I guess is probably the best that I can do. And that source told me that truly, indeed, if you have an A-list membership and you purchase a seat in a movie, the QR code or slash ticket doesn't have to be scanned for that seat to be counted as a purchase. So you don't actually have to go watch. You can literally you can purchase the seat and it counts as a buy. So and what I want to mention is that with the movie The Sound of Freedom, that movie is trying to um, attempt to try and enlighten people and show people about child sex trafficking in general, or human trafficking in general, but having to do a lot with more so with child sex trafficking. And part of the proceeds from that movie are going towards helping to prevent that from happening, prevention of it. And if you want to support that kind of a thing and you're an A-list member, what you can certainly do is uh, take what it is that I've said so far to you, put two and two together, and I posted a nice little tweet for everybody so they could see perhaps maybe a little bit better about what it is that I'm suggesting that people may want to consider doing. Being an A-list member helps AMC. Buying tickets for The Sound of Freedom helps prevent child sex trafficking. Put two and two together and figure it out, because it shouldn't be that hard to figure out. But let me show you guys the post that I had put up here on Twitter. A-list members, listen up carefully. If you purchase a ticket to see The Sound of Freedom and your QR code is not scanned, the purchase still counts. Part of the proceeds from each movie ticket helps to save children from sex trafficking. Help AMC, help the kids. So there you go. There's the seat that I purchased. Something that probably a seat that nobody really would want to necessarily see, but I did. I'm going to continue to do my part and trying to make sure this movie gets seen by me a fair portion, a good amount. So also, something I failed to do was attach this, and I tried to do this later. Is I tried to make sure that I attached a pound sign gorillas, AMC gorillas. If you guys remember, that pound sign AMC gorillas helps this to be pushed outside the AMC bubble so that people outside of our community see this as well. I've kind of tried to fix that a little bit by making sure that I went and posting it to other people's who may be a part of uh, I guess the production, either the production of the movie or anybody who's talking about the movie. I tried to make sure and attach something there so that they would see that and it would get more views so that people would see what's happening there. So let me see here. I'm going through the comment section here just to see, because I'm sure Petter person says, I'm sorry, Petter, I don't know how to say the last name there. Says, good morning. Is it out? News from the court. I doubt it. It's 6:18 in the morning, which means it's 7:18 Eastern Standard Time, and my guess is that there's no news at this time. However, that doesn't mean that the market doesn't know something before everybody else. So Nate Ross says, and FYI, I used the strawberry cream cheese and the jalapeno poppers, and it was money. You wouldn't expect, right? You're going like strawberry cream cheese and jalapeno popper. That doesn't sound good, and it's actually delicious. I'm glad you liked it, man. Let's see here. I guess it's time to take a look at the numbers. We've got 81,000 shares of shares traded on AMC so far. That exceeds what we've been seeing lately, even after our pokey stick of volume. So we should see some decent amounts of volume this morning, and not sure exactly what that is going to translate into for the day, but it should be interesting to say the least. We're at pre-market $4 and 69 4.169 and nice, and then pre-market on Ape is showing at zero. So they had a quick little rebalancing there, and then now they're back to normal, right back to zero again. All right, let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. Maybe we can make some sense of some of these things here. There was something that I saw when I first woke up, but thought, no, I'm not going to jump into it early. I gotta make sure and see it with you guys firsthand. I mean, I'll give you a little hint as to what it is, but we're back up to 100% on utilization again. Go figure. That's very, very nice. Very nice, very nice. Give me 1 second while I clean my glasses, and we'll carry on over to the other screen and see what's going on. Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I know I had an uneventful weekend. And my wife said, "Don't ever say that again." she said, because she asked me, she's like, "How was your day yesterday?" Because I had Saturday off with her, but then Sunday she had to work. Last night she had to work. And when she woke up yesterday afternoon before she was getting ready to go to work, she goes, "How was your Sunday? How was your day today?" And I said, "Uneventful." And she's like, "Don't ever say that again. Say something like it was a nice slow day. I got to relax." She's like, "That sounds so much better than saying uneventful." But for me, uneventful weekends are a good thing. I like nothing happening. Those are always fun. For me it is anyways. I don't know, maybe you guys like eventful things on weekends. I'm more of a kind of person that's like I would just rather just nothing happen. Please, please nothing happen today. Can I just not have anything happen? Can we just have a silence day? Silence is good. All right, the glasses are clean. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Dynamite says, "How's the wife?" Undetermined as of yet. So still trying to figure things out. Um, I'll let you know. I'll let you guys know in the future if things should develop. I'll let you know about that. Let's take a look at what we got going on in regards to these numbers here. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I will not be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do set it up, if they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea. You never know when you're going to be riding on a bus and have a 120-pound beautiful lady come down and sit down next to you, and you forget to move your phone and she breaks it. That would be terrible. And then all of a sudden, I mean, it'd be terrible but cool at the same time. But who rides buses anymore? Why did I say who rides a bus? Does anybody even ride buses anymore? Is that still a thing? I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. Also, please take a picture of your portfolio or some kind of screenshot, movie, footage. Get a statement. Get a statement from your broker. I don't care how you do it. Make sure you have proof of ownership of what it is that you hold. If you do not have it, you could be putting yourself at great risk. And you can get electronic statements pretty easily, but you could be placing yourself at a big risk by trusting your broker to keep documentation for you about what it is that you hold. So please don't be that person who place 100% trust in your broker. Make sure you have a copy of that. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. As far as price prediction tally points go, in the top left-hand side of the page here, the combined total of AMC and Ape, we had 420 on a close on AMC, excuse me. Ape at $1.85 for a total of 605. That put Einstein 3 cents away from being absolutely correct on the price prediction. It put him the closest to price prediction. He beat out Apex and myself by pennies. Apex was about 5 cents high, and I was 7 cents high on our price predictions. So he beat us by mere pennies and gets the extra bonus point. So Einstein, if you are listening, congratulations, sir, on the extra bonus point for the week last week and getting the win. Let me tally it up here. 5 points for Einstein. And a points awarded to the rest of us. We all did get the price predictions correct, just not closest. Remember, that's not financial advice. It is simply four apes trying to figure out what we think the price is going to be by the end of the day every day. It's not. I promise you, it is not meant as financial advice. Max Payne going out the end of the week last week was $5. I don't think it's going to be $5 still. I think it's going to go back down to $4.50 for this week. The reason it went from $4.50 to $5 last week was at about a $9 strike. We had a ton of in the money puts that were opened up and out of the money calls. Just absolutely tons of them. And it was like 60, I want to say it was like 60,000. Actually, it's still pulled up on the page here. You guys can see what it was. It was 71,000 contracts plus. So there was a lot of contracts last week opened up at that $9 strike. Now, a lot of people may be wondering, like, why in the world would there be so many of these calls and puts being opened up at a $9 strike? And the answer to that is if somebody wanted to avoid a gamma squeeze, a gamma ramp, you prevent people from being able to. Well, if you bought a whole bunch of in the money puts and out of the money calls at a $9 strike, that amount of volume going through a $9 strike would increase implied volatility. When you increase implied volatility, it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for people to look at call or put positions and see where they could, potentially make a good profit for that week. And it prevents people from buying options that would start some kind of gamma move. So essentially, it's a gamma blocker. Isn't there a drug for that? There's a drug for gamma blockers. I don't know what it's called. I'd have to look it up and see, but it's a gamma blocker. And so we saw that happen last week, and but I don't expect that to be the case this week. Now they may start buying some $9 calls and puts this week to prevent that yet again. As of right now, I'll refresh this here in just a second, and we'll see. But let's take a look at the Max Payne first. See what it is. I imagine it's going to go back down to about 450. Yep, there it is. Max Payne 450. Off exchange for the end of Friday. Let's take a look at those numbers real quick here. We got at the end of the day on AMC 45 or 54.03 and EDGX coming in at 5.69%. The combined total on that's 59.72%. That's about 4.28% less than what I would expect to see on a normal day. The CHX volume was low at 0.11 with a 30-day average of 3.27. So nothing happening in returns of shares going on Friday. Nothing's unique anyways. Taking a look at Ape, on the other hand, some of the numbers were really super high on Ape, and then at the end of the day, it changed. By the end of the day, it changed. 49.29% through off exchange. EDGX coming in at 5.68. The combined total is 54.97%, or about 9.03% less than I would have expected normally. CHX volume was only 400 shares. At the beginning portion of the day on Friday, we had actually it was massive amounts of off exchange volume compared to the usual amount. So it flipped by the end of the day. And then GME CHX volume for the day on Friday was 0.06 with a 30-day average of 0.35, so nothing unusual going on there. Institutional ownership as of right now, it was last seen at 139.259 million, and it is still the same, no change. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today, sitting at a $4.50 strike. That's where it was last week. There's currently 22.7 thousand contracts. Now, do note, looking down at a $9 strike, there is some calls and puts down there. 15.2 thousand contracts on the calls, 13.2 on the puts. So there is definitely some volume down there. I would imagine that throughout this week we're going to continue to see probably heavy amounts of volume going in there as well as we've seen from the past. But currently the highest amount of volume is an open interest is at a $4.50 strike. Highest amount of put volume this morning is also at a $4.50 strike, which is up 50 cents from last week at 4. With 40. I'm sorry, I missed it. I totally missed it. It's at 4. I don't know why I said 4.5. It's at the highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike, which is the same as last week. There's 48.7 thousand contracts. So market's indicating right now an open interest that there should be a closing price on AMC by the end of the week, somewhere between $4 and $4.50. I got a link for some new funky pizza music for numbers, but I forgot to queue it up for this morning, so I'll probably start it tomorrow because I completely forgot to download it, and I'm gonna have to download it when I'm not streaming. So please forgive me, Funky Pizza, if you're listening right now, but we'll start that up tomorrow and I'll download it tonight. Let me see here. Let me give you guys some music as I take you over to the other screen. And there. I'll move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Wow. All right, so I have a really big wedge showing up on the screen here, and that the box that I've got for the breakout time that I had originally drawn from a previous smaller pattern kind of completes into today. And you can see we're testing both sides of that wedge in that movement that we've had this morning. The combined price of AMC and Ape right at 601, which is obviously with AMC at $4 price and Ape at $2, that would be really close. Well, I mean that would be exactly $6, but we're trading right at $6 right now, and you can see it's definitely testing the upper and the lower side of that wedge. It could have been Fishing. There could have been some fishing for some orders on both sides. But we are approaching the potential breakout point here that I've got. The actual breakout for this wedge that I've got showing right here would probably be a little bit in the future here. Let me actually let me look at something real quick here. I gotta move back out to a 4-hour chart, I think. Nah, we're in the box. If I would draw a box around this and say where's the breakout point of this long wedge, I would say, leaving out just the tip on this, we're definitely inside that range. And we've had obviously multiple attempts at breaking out in price to the top side on this, but this is held as a pretty strong level of support and resistance, descending level. And then that rising level of support that we've had, we're testing off of multiple times. We're definitely inside the box, though, as of right now. Taking a look at Ortex. Let me refresh it one more time. As of right now, short share interest at the free float for AMC showing up at 22.51%. Let's take a look at utilization. There's our utilization spiking back up to 100%. From last Friday, it was 91.45, back up to 100. On loan amount, still dropping though. Let me get out my, actually I don't need to. I was going to break out a calculator, but I can figure this one out. It's 0.97. 970,000 shares having been returned as of Friday. I think, hold on a second, let me just make sure. Yeah. No. Sorry, I do need a calculator. 1.02. 1.03 million shares returned. I don't know why I can't math. 1.03 million shares returned. Went from 179.13 down to 178.1. And then we've got the estimated short share interest of the free float dropping as a result a little bit from 22.58 to 22.51. Let's see how many shares that was. Ortex is estimating that about 363,000 of that was in short interest that was closed out. It's usually about a third, so it's a little bit higher than normal, just a tad. And then taking a look at the on-loan average age per day, what's going on with that? Rising still, 130.15 to 131.56. Now, this is what I would expect to see have happen. Usually, when we see something like this occurring, there's going to be a borrowing of some shares again. So when the borrowing of shares starts occurring in large quantities, if it starts occurring, we should start seeing this on-loan average age per day starting to drop pretty rapidly. And that's going to give us a cue for when we'd be looking to see a big price increase incoming. So with seeing that utilization driving back up, my guess is that we're going to start seeing that on-loan amount starting to spike again here. So this is just another cycle of that of returning of shares to be borrowed yet again. Security lending volume day over day decreasing from Thursday to Friday. It went from 11.54 million down to 2.02. On Ape, short share interest of the free float is at 4.61. Our utilization it looks like it might have spiked back up a little bit here. Utilization spiking a tad From Friday, it went from 27.94 to 29.63. Let me change these numbers on my Excel. And I forgot to cover short exempt volume. So let me go back and cover that here in just a minute. Let's see, 29.63 short exempt volume. I totally forgot to change these numbers in the top left-hand side of the page that I had from the other page. Short exempt volume for Friday. Let me pull it up. Give me just a second. AMC's short exempt volume was 239.4 thousand, which was an increase day over day. And then Ape's, let's see, Ape came in at 16.2 thousand shares, which was a big decrease from the 80 something thousand it was the previous day. And then we'll look at day over day price increase difference on AMC and Ape when I get back to the other page here. But continuing on from where I left off, utilization rising from Friday from 27.94 to 29.63. Let's take a look at the on loan amount. It should be heading up when you have utilization increasing. It went from 8.5 million to 8.7, so about 200,000 shares, new shares loaned out. That's obviously going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 4.6 to 4.61 minimally. On loan average age per day, driving down still. We haven't seen a upwards momentum in this since July 4th. So on loan average age per day is dipping. This is one of the main indicators that I look at for seeing an incoming price increase. And then security lending volume for Thursday to Friday went from 637,000 shares to 569,000 shares. Futures on the markets, we've got VIX down 0.52, which means market should be heading up. However, at this time, only the Dow Jones and the micro DJI are up 0.07. Everything else is down anywhere from 0.03 to 0.22. Orders by Fidelity customers from Friday. I think I hit refresh this already. I shouldn't have done it again. Oops. Let's see if it's going to give me just the last 4 minutes. No, it gave me the whole day's worth of numbers. All right, so let's see if AMC, Ape, or GME made this list. I don't believe we will due to lower volume, and we did not. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day today is $3.78. Let me check out what Apes is. 1.665 is going to be the value that we're going to that would trigger SSR for Ape for the day today. 0 shares are available to borrow currently, although I imagine that there would have been some shares that were returned over the weekend. Looks like as of July 7th, there was about 55,000 shares. I'm just going to count what I see here. So they borrowed about 10,000 shares and then returned, let's see, 55, yeah, 10,000 shares and then returned the 10,000 shares, and then they borrowed all the shares of the 55. So we're looking at about 65,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees were last seen at 947.5%. Last time we had 0 shares available, that's exactly what the fees were as well. So no change in that. Currently, there's 83.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 7,000 contracts in the money on those. 88.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 42.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Banks, pre-market this morning. Let's see how they're doing. I'm only going to be looking for movers with a plus or minus gain or loss of greater than 2.75. In the pre-market this morning, I don't see huge movers. Nothing crazy this morning. Ethereum Classic is currently up 0.89%, getting ever closer to the potential breakout that I've got set up here in this box here. And the US dollar is currently up 0.12, which typically means the market's going to be down if the US dollar is up. Having a little bit of a consolidation after finding a bottom over here at around 102.23. Broke that ascending level of support, and once it did break below that, it broke pretty sharply. Whether or not this is a flag and pennant, probably not. Otherwise, we would have seen a bigger move, probably a lot sooner than now. So just basically getting some consolidation at this point between 102 and about 102.23 and 102.53. Oil is currently up 5. Actually, it hasn't traded yet this morning. I'm expecting to see oil continuing to go up here. Mortgage-backed securities have not traded yet this morning. SPY is up, or down rather, in the pre-market 0.01, almost even. Did have a pretty big drop in pre-market before coming back up. Pre-market on Tesla is down, or up rather, 0.69. Amazon down 0.01. Cinemarket is up 0.9. Doge is down 1.02. Bitcoin is up 0.15. GME is up 0.04. HYMC is up 0.72. NCMI is up 6.54. Hood is up 1.2. Ape is up 0.54, and AMC is down 1.43. And we've gotten some volume with that quick move that we had earlier this morning. Friday's inflow versus outflow had us with about almost $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 103.83 thousand shares traded so far, and in about 15 minutes we got our pokey stick of volume kicking in. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.83, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more. That looks like more selling pressure than buying pressure. Yeah. RSI is at 28.56, which is below average, or signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.21, which is below average after having dipped into oversold territory. And on a 5-minute interval, we've got equal amounts of, actually, it's just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.42, which is average, also having dipped into the oversold territory. On Ape, from Friday, we had just a smidgen more outflow than inflow. $338,000 shares so far in volume for the day-to-day on Ape. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.15, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.41, also signaling overbought twice. Part of the end of Friday, we saw it signaling overbought, and it's now signaling overbought yet again with that little jump up to $2.38 and pull back. And then on a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with a strong divergence occurring, and RSI at 69.48, which is almost signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.39, which is average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. Let me get rid of the rest of the noise here. Now, this is really this little spike here is really gonna kind of upset Ichimoto a little bit here. It's gonna really cause the numbers to be kind of funky. But I mean, It may be an attempt to try and throw off high-speed trading, high-frequency trading. I don't know, maybe. I mean, this could be throwing a signal, a mixed signal here to algorithmic trading that's occurring. So what it's going to see, what it's seeing right now is you've got lagging line above price line, conversions above base, and price is currently below both the conversion and the base. The reason that I say this is going to throw off algorithmic trading is it's any system out there that is looking at the trades that are being made right here. This is going to cause the lagging line to hit the price line if we don't get above $2.38 within the next 48 hours. So we could see normally price likes to move down through green clouds, which is what we have currently. And we should be seeing price moving down through green cloud, but we've got price rising and volume rising as it stands right now. It's kind of bullish. This could be kind of a trip signal to try and cause us to go into a sell mode within the next 48 hours, as price will need to rise above the cloud in the future to not break through it. So how does this continue to stay a buy signal? Price is going to have to move back up above $2.38 to within the next 48 hours to become or to remain a buy signal. So on my board for today, all it really needs to do is maintain staying above a $1.70. Let's call it a $1.84. So anything above 184 today should be good. Taking a look at a 4-hour chart, you can see it already broke up through a red cloud. Lagging line is above price line. This little jump here causes both conversion and base to drive upwards. Conversion is above base, but price is below both conversion and base. And this is going to start to form a green cloud in the future. Again, same thing's going to happen here. If price doesn't head up above the top right here, we're not going to see actually the top up here. It's way up here. If we don't see price above $2.38 before the lagging line reaches that point, then we'll likely see a sell signal occur, which would be in approximately, see, 2, 3, 4, 5 days from now. So by the end of the week. In order to remain a buy signal for today, all price has to do is stay above the red cloud. So we're looking at 183. So I'm going to just hold the 184 price that I gave you guys as if we can stay above $1.84, it should still be a pretty strong buy signal for Ape. Taking a look at AMC on the 1-hour chart, we got lagging line below price line. We've got conversion below base. This spike down right here is going to cause a pretty large thin portion to break through. It's the exact opposite for Ape. It's going to cause a little bit of probably a buy signal within the 48 hours. And you're going to be seeing AMC probably heading towards the breaking out point of this cloud here within that 48 hours. Currently trading at about $4.11. It doesn't become a buy signal today unless we see price over probably the cloud, which is going to be about 441. 441 or higher on this 1-hour chart should give us that buying momentum that we need to see it continue to rise. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. Prices never really fully made it through the red cloud. I mean, it kind of poked its head above it just briefly last week. And so I would suggest that, especially with this 1-hour 48-hour timeline that I would think price is going to start moving back and starting to head to try and move through this red cloud. The 4-hour chart has the same kind of suggested idea that price should be moving back up within the next 48 hours and moving through this red cloud, typically speaking. If it doesn't happen within the next 48 hours and it moves upwards through green cloud, that's even more bullish. And you can also see here, there's a temporary down with a red cloud already starting to form in the future. This just means there's going to be a temporary sharp momentum down in price here before seeing an upwards trend again. So we may see price moving up in the next 48 hours above the red cloud, a sharp downwards momentum, just enough to push it below the cloud and then rising back up again. So almost a retest of some of the lows we've had from the past, maybe around 420. To become a buy signal, a strong buy signal for the day-to-day on a 4-hour chart, lagging line has to get above price line. So that's at a very bare minimum. It's got to be about 440. But it also has to rise above the cloud as well. So it's about 443, 444. So really close to the 441 on the 1-hour chart. Those numbers aren't too far off. I would lean towards the 444 or higher, and not necessarily expecting to see the big buying pressure kicking in at 441. Maybe seeing it more towards that 444 price range. Do note that within by tomorrow, we would have to see numbers above 460 to continue to be a strong buy, which is where we may get the flag. We may not hit 460, but we may trip. We may stumble just above it, 440, maybe getting closer to 450, and then we'll see the flag hit with the sell signal, and that would be where we would come back down and retest something around 420 before seeing upwards momentum again. So we may see a sharp rise in price on AMC before the beginning portion of this week, leading into some downwards momentum to retest by the end of the week, that 420 range, which is where we closed out exactly last week, was 420. With that, we got about 4 more minutes here until the pokey stick of volume kicks in for the day today. Let me get my Bollinger Bands back up here and see what the heck is going on here with what you guys are saying. Hazel says all this won't make a difference once the judge hits her gavel. Hazel, you're probably really right about that. Trevor says I need coffee. Trevor did an all-nighter, I think, and hopefully you made it through it, Trevor. Blood pressure. This morning, Roseanne, it's. I feel like maybe my body's acclimated a little bit to the blood pressure medicine that I'm taking, and so this morning I had a 138 over 97. So that the diastolic's not coming. I mean, I fluctuate quite a bit, but I'm not able to break below 90. Some of it might be to the fact that it kind of broke my good eating habits on July 4th. And we'll probably break it again later this week when I have my birthday. So I can only imagine that my eating habits probably do impact it. I did break below. There was one day, actually, the craziest thing, to be honest with you, was that after I ate really, really crappy food on July 4th, I actually had great numbers before I went to bed. I had 118 over 84 on the night of July 4th. I have no I have no idea what that means exactly, but for some reason or another, eating complete junk made my numbers drop drastically. But then I suffered the next day with a 134 over 92 the next morning, which was I want to be under 130 and 90. That's what my goal is, and so I've been struggling with that 130 and 90 ever since. The night of July 6th, I had 127 over 85. That's the last time I think that I've been under 90 though. Was July 6th. Everything else has been in the 90s. I'm not in the hundreds on the diastolic, which is good. Just not quite where I want to be though. So my guess is that when I go back in, they'll probably raise the medication levels. Dynamite says caffeine. I have 1 cup of coffee in the morning, and that's the only caffeine I have throughout the day. I've been sticking to that. And then I've had 0 alcohol since I started this. That I've been good at, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to ruin it on my birthday. I'm trying to stay good, but there's just some things where it's like you got to celebrate. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. My wife and I went to. You guys are gonna laugh. We went to BJ's. If you don't know what it is, if you don't know what a Pizookie is, you don't know what a Pizookie is. We went to BJ's and had a Pizookie as a little kind of date, and I had a glass of wine, 1 glass. So I've had 1 glass of wine throughout this entire process, and and that was just kind of a date night. So, but for the most part, other than that, I've been alcohol free. Yeah, I'm staying away completely away from the beer, Miss Tahiti. That's it's been off my chart, off my list of things to drink. I need to get so I'm not going to start the bike yet, Roseanne, but I agree with you, and I'll start it as soon as I can break 130 and 90 constantly. I'll get back on that bike and start up again. I just want to get to that level first, and I want to do that through good eating habits. We did get our Poke Stick of volume coming in, guys. We had 245,000 shares traded through our Poke Stick this morning, which gave us 353,000 shares traded so far on AMC. This is a good sign. It's showing some significant volume for the day today. I'm going to have to kind of try and guess where we're going to be going on volume on this real quick. So give me just a second while I think. It's been a hot minute since we've seen this kind of volume. 250,000 shares should net us about 20, I think about 25 million shares traded by the end of the day. So 358,000 shares traded should be maybe around like 30. I mean, I guess I could just drop the zero or drop the last digit, say about 35 million. We'll probably see about 35 million shares traded for the day, maybe. So I'm gonna guess on my prediction for the day, it's definitely going to increase compared to what we normally have, which is 5 to 25 million. I'm going to increase the prediction to about mm, part of me wants to be conservative here because I won't put it past them to try and smash down volume for the day today. So I'm kind of leaning towards 20 to 40 million for a prediction. But maybe I'll go 25, 45 just in case it's a little on the higher side than I'm expecting. Because I'm guessing about 36 million shares traded, or right thereabouts. But lately they've been smashing down volume in the morning portion of the day, and every time we see big spike ups like this, they kill that volume down first thing in the morning. So I'm going to go 25 to 45 on the volume prediction for the day today. I don't like doing increments of 5 like that, but I'm going to do it. And then on Ape, Let's see what we got for our volume over here. Pokey stick of volume coming in at 179,000 shares, giving us a total of 529,000. That's usually it's usually double what we would normally see. It's not quite like AMC, it's like a doubling. So if I was supposed to suspect it's somewhere around 53 million shares traded for the day, it would end up being half that, right? So we'd be looking around the same amount of volume, not quite, a little bit less than AMC right now, maybe closer to like 25 million shares traded for the day. So I'm going to guesstimate, let's go 15 to 35 on volume prediction on Ape, as opposed to the 1 to 20 that I'm normally predicting. Cassius says, how do they kill the volume? Um, a long time ago, I kind of polled everybody to kind of prove a point, and let me see if I can pull up the statistics again on this, because I think it helps to kind of prove the point. But I polled everybody, and I said, are you more likely to buy on a stock when the price is moving up, down, or trading sideways? And um, the answer, which I'm trying to find out, the overwhelming answer was either up or down, and trading sideways got a massive low quantity of votes. I'm still looking to see if I can find this here. And so the answer to your question is they trade sideways. How do you remove interest? You don't have any price change. And I didn't let everybody know beforehand what it was that I was going to be getting at, because I actually have gotten that question several times in the past as well. Man, I hope I can find this poll so I can post it back up for you guys. But that's essentially a lot of the times when we see that early morning trading, that's just kind of like dead and does nothing. Certainly doesn't excite anybody into have a good day at work. It certainly doesn't excite anybody into taking on a new position. Man, I'm not seeing it. I'll have to find it here eventually. I'm still looking. Can't find it. I've got so many polls in here. What I need to do is go and clear through my notes here and try and figure out if I need to take all my notes and compile them into one spot so it's much easier to find these polls. Here we go. I found it finally. Are you more inclined to buy into a stock that is dipping? 56% said dipping. Ripping, 29% said ripping, and flatlined said 14%. So how do you create disinterest in the purchasing of a stock? You trade it sideways. Hazel says, Casey, I watched a YouTuber say when getting out of a squeeze to use limit, not market. I don't know who he was, so maybe FUD. Hazel, I've got and I'm not going to tell you how to make your trades, but I've got a good breakdown in the description of this channel on what different trades do. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's let me see if I can find it for you. I think it's under understanding order types. And there's probably some really good helpful information in there in regards to understanding order types that you probably want to familiarize yourself with, because it could potentially help you depending on how you decide to, when it comes time to exit your position, if you can remember how to find that sell button. So just kind of take that into consideration. And it's not trying to suggest to you that I'm not trying to tell you how to make your trades. I'm just telling you, if you decide to make a trade, how you can best utilize those different methods for trading to your advantage. So it's totally up to you how you decide you're going to do it. So take it for what it's worth. There's some good information there. Also, I had a long time ago, actually, John Hannaford asked me to recover or go back over my Angry Birds scenario, and so there's actually this really great. I kind of came up with this idea of trying to explain to people using the Angry Birds kind of analogy to help people understand what to kind of expect in a squeeze play based off of historical trends and what we've seen in the past. Also based off, it's actually really good information for any position that you're holding whatsoever. I mean, there are some situations that aren't going to apply, but there's some good information in this analogy. And part of the analogy is, if I told you, and this doesn't apply for every single position that's out there. I mean, there's always different things that can occur in the marketplace. But in most regular squeezes that play out over time, they're not things that happen overnight. A real squeeze position tends to take days to really kind of come to fruition. And the idea behind it is, and I was actually using another YouTuber, and I don't normally do this, but there was another YouTuber who put a video out, and I kind of commented and then broke down an Excel spreadsheet to kind of prove the point that I was talking about. But the idea here is that when price is moving, and you don't know where it's going to get to, is it possible? Is there a potential chance that you could potentially sell on the backside after seeing the top and sell to within 25% of the top? So if you're always just guessing, where you think the top's going to be and you're deciding where you're going to make your exit position, then you're really just kind of throwing up a target. And if you think about anger in terms of Angry Birds, right? They have let's refer to it as like a building structure, right? You've got Angry Birds all over the place on the or you're not you got the little piggies all over the place on the building structure, and then somewhere on the building you have TNT, right? TNT is what you're trying to hit, because when you hit the TNT, everything blows up and you get the whole building, right? And that's how you get the most points. And so my point that I'm trying to make here is that if you're just simply taking random shots and you don't really know where the top is, right? If you're just blowing your Angry Bird on just blind shots in the dark, you're never going to knock down the whole complex. Or you might get lucky. And you might hit a TNT. But for the most part, you're probably shooting blanks, and you have no idea where it is that you're shooting at, but you're just kind of going like, well, this is acceptable for me, and I'm just going to take this. And my suggestion here is that what if I told you that I would put you in a scaffolding and take you to the very top of the building, and you could look through each window as you're going up, right? When you get to the very top of the building, on the way back down, there's going to be times where the scaffolding is going to go up and down on the way back down. And you always want to sell as price is moving upwards. Well, if the scaffolding is coming back down and you've gone up and you've looked through each window, you know what floor that TNT is on. And so as price is coming back down on the backside, you can actually determine where you're going to shoot exactly, and you can place your target on that TNT, and you can nail to within 25% of the top. The problem is you got to figure out how to get on the scaffolding. You got to know how to write it right. If you don't know how to get on the scaffolding, then you're just taking shots in the dark. And so that's where I start to talk about things like day over day volume, watching that, and that's part of your scaffolding and understanding what's happening. Because when you start seeing day over day volume starting to fall, then you're on that scaffolding starting to take the ride down, right? If the day over day volume falls and the price does something very specific within that same period of time of volume falling, you know you're on that ride down and you know where the TNT is. So now you can place your target on a spot, shoot it, and hit to within 25% of the top instead of just guessing, right? Nobody wants to guess. No, like if you're throwing out guesses and you're just going to think like, oh, this is where it's going to get to, you're going to end up having regrets. You're going to look back on it and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I could have gotten so much more and I got out. You don't want to have regrets through something like this. You've been holding for like 2+ years here. This is the last thing you want to do is have regrets. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up that video. It should be pretty easy for me to pull up the Angry Birds video and play it for you guys. But I think it is a really good talk. It's something that I was saving for a little bit later. I thought, it would probably be a really good video for down the road. But Casey, my bird is always angry. Well, that's good. That's what you're supposed to. You're supposed to have some angry birds. No, the other YouTuber wasn't Lou. But the description or the analogy that I made was placing your target at the base of the building and then shooting a shotgun, because the particular YouTuber that I was commenting on was talking about having a shotgun approach. And there is nothing wrong with a shotgun approach when it comes to exiting your position. It's actually a really, really smart way to exit your position. I didn't have a problem with the shotgun approach. That's actually a great idea to have. But more what I was talking about was, where do you place your target, right? Like a shotgun approach is great. I think that's a excellent idea, a shotgun approach. The problem is where are you going to shoot at that target? Right? If you have this idea of how you're going to execute your trades with a shotgun approach, that's great. But you got to get that target set up at the right spot to knock down the whole building. Because if you put your target down at the bottom of the building, it's not necessarily going to knock everything down. Right? You're always just shooting at the bottom of the building, and maybe it's knocking out one block, or you're knocking off like little bits and pieces, but you're not getting the full potential of what it is you could potentially get. So you got to be really, really careful with those shotgun approaches, because you only have so many shots. You want to place your target on the TNT, because if you got 3 shots to make or more, if you got 3 shots to take, you want to try and shoot the TNT. Absolutely, Darren. 100% I will absolutely be. Well, my plan. Obviously, life happens, right? My plan is to be streaming through the entire process. So I can't tell you that I won't get in a car accident, or I don't have a heart attack, or something doesn't happen to me beforehand. So, God willing, Darren, I will be here through the whole process. But I can't control everything, and I hate making promises that I can't keep, and I can't control life. So who knows what life's going to bring my direction. Maybe maybe something terrible happens and I can't do this anymore. So let's hope not. Morning, hon. How was night? Good. Busy. Oh, not good. It makes it go by faster. Joe, good morning to you. Roseanne says I ride the elevator and pick my floor. You're gonna take the ride on the inside instead of the ride on the outside. That's okay too. Yeah, just wrap myself in bubble wrap, right, Darren? Hey, Point Break Thor said, ask Melissa if the night was uneventful. I did. She goes, why did you say something about that word? And I said, yeah. She said, never, ever uneventful. You don't say uneventful. Don't say it. Tom says, my buddy was a door breacher and would blow door wide ass open. God, I love to watch him work. A door blower, you don't say. That's actually really funny. Like walking. That's a good bar topic. You walk into a bar and somebody's like, "What do you do for a living?" I blow doors. Oh, yeah, really? That's that's a interesting job. Do tell. Suit says, "Where's the bird video? Because I thought I was just gonna be flipping the birds. I'm gonna I'm gonna find it. Uh, I wasn't sure when I was gonna play it, but I haven't actually looked for it yet. Give me a second here. I'll try and pull it up right now. I'll try and pull it up and then see if I can link you guys to it. Uh, and you can watch it on your own, or you can watch it with me when I go over it today, tomorrow, whenever it is I decide to cover this. It might be under playlists, as there's a chance here. Hold on a second. Let me just see. It could be under presentations. Let me just verify. Oops. That is not what I wanted. Yeah, I don't think it's there. I typed in Angry Birds to see if it would pop up something, and something did pop up, but I don't know that this is necessarily it. So I'll take a look for it, and I'll find it. Uh, but I will pull it up, and we'll play it eventually, and I'll talk about it so that we can kind of go over it together, and I don't have to like redo the presentation because I felt like I did a pretty dang good job the first time. I don't want to have to go back over it again. It's like if you already have a good presentation, there's no need in redoing it. Oops. Stop. Didn't mean to play that. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. I don't see it listed in my presentation sections, so I'm gonna have to probably search it out and see if I can find it specifically. Tom, have an excellent day. MC, good morning to you. Pirateborn says, sorry I'm late. Yucca made me do tequila shots at the poker game last night. Well, you missed a little bit of fun morning this morning with the quick little jumps in prices that they decided to do. But we are getting some more volume in the pre-market this morning, which is always good to see. You know, the interesting thing that I'd like to point out real quick here too is a lot of people have doubted the thought process behind what I've said before about the pokey stick of volume and how it's a good indication as to where there may be extra volume in a day. If you go back and you look at the volume movement from Friday, and a lot of people suggest that the pokey stick of volume is really just a uh, unclosed positions from the previous trading day. And I think to counter that argument, you can go back and you can look at volume close of Friday, right? And hold on one second here. I'm pulling them both up. I only have one for some reason. On AMC, we only had 14.9 million shares traded that day. So there were not large quantities of volume that occurred on Friday that would. What the heck? What is going on here? Where did that volume? That was weird. AMC's volume was 14.966 million shares. So there were not large quantities of volume that would suggest that there were a lot of positions that needed to be closed out today that weren't closed on Friday. And likewise, volume on Ape last Friday, that one was a little bit larger. There was 13.3 million shares, which was higher than the 6th of July, where we only had 5 million shares. But we've seen 13 million shares in the more recent past on that one, and not seen hardly any volume the very next day on several occasions on Ape. So there's nothing there. There's nothing there that would kind of lead me to believe like, oh my gosh, there should be massive quantities of volume closing out for the day to day, going, looking at the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, and suddenly out of nowhere, this volume just pops up in the pre-market this morning, where we have, quite extensive amounts of volume compared to what we're used to seeing in the pre-market. So, I mean, like for example, with AMC, lately we've been seeing under 100K in volume. Today it was 3 times that, so maybe even 4 times. So it's, to me, this is another example of why you can look at the morning pokey stick of volume and see like, okay, there's a strong signal that there's going to be additional volume in the marketplace for the day today. It's like a signal from it's like a signal to this. It's like a system-wide signal to all the institutional traders out there that this is going to be what we're going to be dealing with for volume for the day. Heads up. Here it comes, because get ready for it. Apex says, I think we see a 6 close today, AMC at 4 and Ape at 2. Man, Apex, you're stealing my thunder. Because if we get an announcement today, I would probably tend to think that that's exactly where we close at 4 and 2. So that's not a bad prediction, and I might actually have to meet you on that. But I'm putting you down right now. 4 to 6. Nah, don't worry about it, man. It's not. You're allowed to pick whatever you want, but I might actually pick the same price. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna go take a break. Jay's like, I haven't even told you break time yet. You can't go to break just yet. Let me pull up the music and the message. Nana, good morning. And let's see here. We were all really close, Apex, last Friday. I mean, I think you were off by 5 cents. I was off by 7, and Einstein was off by 3. So, I mean, we were all really, really super close for last. We were dialed in for Friday. Let me get the music up on here for you guys, and then I'm gonna take a break. I will see you guys 15 minutes before market opens, and I'll finalize my price prediction for the day today. See you guys in just a bit. All right, I'm back, and I'm just kind of looking over the numbers right now. I also pulled up the old screenshot I have of the Angry Birds. I actually still have the worksheet for that down here, which I could show you guys on a breakdown, but I would rather kind of cover the video that we've done from the past. But we'll talk about that later. I mean, it's not something we have to necessarily cover right this second, and let me just see here. With this morning's price movement going down to $3.90, I do have to count that towards price movement on AMC on that quick little bump down to 390. That's going to be a 37.1% failure in price since $6.20 that we saw a while back. That does change where a synthetic price failure reset would occur, which would be at $4.48, I believe. Yeah. Which, ironically, 448 or 450 is max pain. So seeing price jump back up to that price range within the next 48 hours is actually what I'm kind of expecting to see have happen. I'm kind of expecting a little jump up to about 440, 450-ish, or just underneath it. And then a quick retest of 420 again. So that's kind of what I'm expecting for the week this week. Where are we headed for the day today is the big question, right? As of right now in the pre-market, we got Ape up 1.08%, trading at a $1.87. AMC's at 419, or almost breaking even here from the closing on Friday, down 0.12 at 4.195. Where are we going? VIX is currently showing up, which usually means the market's coming down. That looks like it's numbers from last Friday. It can't be up right now. It hasn't started reporting new numbers yet here. Webull kind of sucks a little bit on reporting VIX. So let me look at the futures real quick here on the other chart that I've got going on. Let's see, what do we got? VIX looks like up 0.11 in the pre-market. So it is heading up. That should mean the market should be heading down for the most part. Let's take a look at the US dollar real quick. US dollar's up 0.19. That should mean the market heading down. Banks. Got a lot of green on the banks right now in the pre-market. Well, feel like Ronald Reagan. Well, price prediction for the day today. On the 1 hour chart that I've got set up right here, we had a break below. I had an anticipated break above 443 occurring sometime within the next 2 days here, either Tuesday or Wednesday. I think we're still going to continue on that trend. We've set that weird pre-market price movement's really going to affect a lot of numbers here. I would expect to see price moving up on higher volume, but both AMC and Ape had higher volume. and it's unusual to see both of them moving up. I'm going to go for 425 close on AMC. I know earlier this morning I was thinking I was going to go 4, but I'm actually going to raise it a little bit here. I'm going to go for 425 close on AMC, and then on Ape. Let's do. I'm going to go for a 1. Man, I really don't know. I'm going to go with the same close as it had on Friday, 185. So we're looking at 610 for a closing prediction for me. Between together, that would be a 5-cent increase from the closing price of Friday last week. And it looks like there's some news in here on AMC. I'll pull that up here in just a second. Give me 1 second while I put my Bollinger Bands back up. The Bollinger Bands are in. All right. So I'm going to go 460 to 760 on my price prediction for the day today, which is actually just slightly lower than what I had for price prediction. It's about 2 cents lower than what I had from last Friday. Eric's, unless he changes his numbers before market opening, he's going 5 to 8. Apex has 4 to 6, and Einstein has 455 to 755. Very close numbers here. The only person that has a drastically different number than the rest of us is Apex right now. So he's the only one eligible for Eric and Apex are eligible for a bonus point if they're correct on their price prediction for the day. Tammy says Casey's seeking alpha FUD article up. I don't doubt it. That's probably what it. Yeah. Let's see what they say. Okay. This is talking about a lot of other stocks here, so I'm not going to read this one. Let's see what the other one says. The cost to borrow AMC stock has surged 300% this week. Well, it's time to get this morning started, so I'll see you guys. Oh, you're 450 to 750? Okay, my bad, Apex. I'll put you down. See you guys on the other side of market open. Enjoy the song.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hiya, Bobby.
Hi, Ken.
You want to go for a ride?
Sure, Ken.
Jump in.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a blonde bimbo girl in a fantasy world. Dress me up
ain't stunning.
Oh, I love you, Ken.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crumbs for breakfast. Rock strong. I mean, look, Adam Aaron, if he's gonna go post stuff like this on the weekend, you can't not expect me to come up here and play the Barbie song. So, look, if Adam Aaron can dress up in a pink outfit and stand next to the pink car right behind the Barbie house for the premiere release of Barbie, then we're gonna play the song for Dang It. That's for sure. So, enjoy, smile, laugh. Some of the things you guys were saying are just making me crack up. I couldn't stop laughing, especially playing it on the golf course. that, that probably is my favorite one right there. But can you play Pantheon's Beavis and Butthead video he made? Yeah, I could. I'll play it a little bit later here, but I do want to talk about the title for the day-to-day, guys, because it's important to me, and I think it should be important to you. It doesn't have to be important to you, but to me, it's important. So, but killing two birds with one stone. The Sound of Freedom plus the AMC A-list membership. If you don't have one, you can definitely go check out AMC's website and find a. I'm going to give you guys a link here in just a second. You can find the link to that. Let's see, copy link address right here, and there's some great things, benefits that you get out of being an A-list member. Uh, one of the things that you get out of it is 3 movie passes to any movie you want in any theater over a week's period of time. And the part that I want to kind of express to you guys that I think that is really important about this is that for that movie, The Sound of Freedom, every ticket sale portion of that money goes towards helping to fight child sex trafficking. And so if you're a strong supporter of that and you want to help support that, and you've got extra tickets laying around from your A-list membership, I was able to reach out to a source. I can't divulge the source, but I can tell you that it was confirmed that A-list members, listen up carefully. If you purchase a ticket to see a Sound of Freedom and your QR code /ticket is not scanned, the purchase still counts. Part of the proceeds, remember, from each movie ticket goes to help save children from sex trafficking, help AMC, help the kids. And so I'm using my extra tickets to buy seats that are probably undesirable seats, and I want to help as much as I possibly can. I think this is a great thing. One thing I forgot to do when we talk in terms of AMC, we are in a little bit of a bubble here, right? We need to be able to reach out to people outside of AMC shareholders. And one of the ways that you can do that is through tagging your post at the end, especially if you're responding in a comment to somebody else's that's highly seen by a lot of people. You can comment on it, and and just to give you an example of one of those, um, I'll show you what it looked like for me when I did this. I responded to this gentleman over here, Patrick Bet David. I probably should know who he is, but I don't know who he is. But Patrick Bet David has 618.9 thousand followers, and he posted up this video here of him talking about going and seeing that movie, which I think is the guy's right on. He's definitely right. And I said, Patrick, being an AMC A-list member allows you to have 3 tickets a week. Think how many people could help with this membership. See my link. Help AMC, help save the kids. And then I said, # AMC Gorillas. And what AMC Gorillas does is it allows people who are inside AMC to be able to go in and see this because of this hashtag. It gets a little bit more seen, and people are able to go in and like the AMC Gorillas likes, and so you end up getting a bunch more likes showing up on this particular, the post that you put in there. So the idea here is just get people to see what it is that we're doing outside of our community. It's great that we're all talking to each other about what it is that we're doing and how we're doing it, but really it doesn't go anywhere if we don't get outside of our bubble. We have to reach people outside of AMC owners. So throwing that in a hashtag like that when you put in a message in a comment is really, really super helpful in getting that I guess more seen by lots of other people. So throwing that out there, just wanted to mention that. I think it's an admirable cause, and if you don't agree with me, I'm sorry, but I'm not. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. So, just throwing that out there, and that's a way that we can help. More than just AMC, we can help the kids as well. Let me see here. We've got about just a little over 15 minutes before we take a look at the numbers for the first time since market open. And we'll see what's going on. Currently, we've got Ape up 1.03% at 1.869, and AMC is up 0.47% at 422. So we're getting a little bit of green on both. VIX is showing up 2.63. I want to see what the US dollar is doing right now. US dollar is up 0.07, but the SPY is also up 0.02. So abnormal upwards momentum on a lot of things that should be inverse going on this morning here. Albert says Patrick Bet David is the upcoming Joe Rogan. You know what? Screw it. I wasn't going to do this, but you know what? Let's listen to what he has to say. I wasn't going to do this. I don't normally do this kind of stuff, but I mean, it's just Twitter, and it's not like I'm doing anything. It's 3 minutes. I'm going to take 3 minutes of your guys' time. Just listen to what he has to say about the movie in general. Give me 1 second while I turn the volume up so you guys can hear it.
Look, whether you're a parent or you're somebody that has younger siblings or you got nephews, nieces, or you're just concerned about the
Sorry. Wanted to make it big for you guys.
direction America's going to, you have to go watch the movie Sound of Freedom. We were in Bahamas, and we couldn't find a movie in any theater. And then finally, we found a spot. We put the kids in the other room to watch Indiana Jones, and then we sat there ourselves and a few others. And from the beginning of the movie, you're going to feel the pain, the rage. There's going to be so many unique emotions you're going to have with the opening scene on what happens to the brother and sister and the father. And you're going to say, that's real. Then when you see the statistics, 22 million new child pornography pictures uploaded on the internet just in the last year, a 5,000% increase in the last 5 years. And the whole concept about the fact that this is a $150 billion a year industry, like $150 billion a year industry, it says you sell cocaine one time, but you can sell a child 5 to 10 times a day for 10 years. Look how profitable that is. And just last year, 2 million kids were taken for human trafficking just this year in the last 12 months. I applaud the guys who funded the movie. I know there was a crowdsourcing way of getting the money. Obviously, Jim Caviezel was the right guy for this. Tim Ballard being the story of it, behind it. Everybody has to go watch it. And the most interesting thing about it was who bashed the movie. Just watch the critics on how they're bashing the movie. Oh, this was just a cute, right? Like, what? What? What part of the message has to do with that? The stats are being given from the federal government, and you're not defending people having to watch this to see what's going on to protect their kids? Very weird. Who recommends you go and watching this movie and who bashes the movie? All I need to know is if you bash watching this movie, it says a lot about you. And those who support going and watching the movie, it also says a lot about you. All I'm saying to you is go watch the movie. Spend 2 hours. At the end, not going to tell you what Jim says, but if you know, you know. Go watch the movie and see what Jim Caviezel says at the end of the movie. Don't walk out like many of us do. Stick around. 3 minutes after the movie ends, he gives a 3-minute message that you have to hear. So anyways, part that I'm excited about, as weird as this sounds, is the fact that there are more people in the media industry that are financing movies like this, that are talking about movies like this, that are not afraid to produce things like this. And we're learning. People are getting exposed. You gotta love what the media industry is capable of doing when it's held by right people, funded by those who are concerned about it. And that's why I'm confident, because I think more and more people are waking up, finding each other and saying, this is a fight I'm willing to fight for. It's worth fighting for. So anyways, long story short, go watch the movie. You are going to be disturbed, but it's a good kind of disturbed that we all need to be. Only the paranoid survive. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Look.
Son of a gun. Dang it. Sorry about that, Richard. Sound was off. That was a great. Yeah, sorry about that. That was a great response from oh gosh, I already forgot his name. Patrick Bet David. I don't know who the guy is. Many of you guys were putting in comments in here and talking about who he is. I'm not that. I'm really just not in the know of who the who is. Um, but you guys, he says something really amazing there, and I already was wanting to back this movie long before I saw what he said, but I just wanted to play that because I think it's powerful, and I'm glad to see that there's people out there who are popular who are backing a movie like this because I think it does. Awareness is everything. right? I mean, we've known that for a long time as AMC shareholders, is that we know that awareness is half the battle. I mean, it's more than half the battle. Just letting people know what's happening and understanding what's happening is truly and honestly, it allows us to be like, yeah, that's a fight I want to fight. It's all about the awareness. So I'm glad that I thank you for that 3 minutes there of playing that, because I think that's uh, it's an important cause. Save the kids. Um, Also, if you're an A-list, I just saw somebody saying movie is limited to screens, not playing here. So CPR, if you have an A-list membership, membership, that membership is good across the U.S. Believe it or not, you can still purchase movie tickets at any movie theater. It doesn't matter. All you have to do is pick a home movie theater that has one that's playing that movie, and you can still buy the tickets from that movie theater. You don't have to actually, like I said, the QR code doesn't have to be scanned, and it still counts. So, you don't have to pick a specific movie theater. You can pick one that's showing it. Even even from Canada. You can even do it from Canada. Believe it or not. I know it seems ridiculous, but I think you can even do it from Canada. Roseanne says after watching the movie Wolf of, I think you meant Wolf of Wall Street, I would bet my house those sleaze bags are involved in child trafficking. I would tend to agree with you. We got about 8 more minutes here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers for the day today. Thank you for letting me know that the sound was off, by the way. I went on a nice little rant, and you guys got to miss it. You got the shorter, better version. Also, I kind of want to show this, but I don't notice. I don't know if I'm going to. I'll say this. I was really shocked when I posted on one of my favorite subreddits everything that I basically just told you wrapped up in a nice little short message. I was shocked to see at some point that I had about 160 likes on the post, and only a hold on a second here, I'll tell you. Um, this is incredibly, it's terrible. 88% upvote rate, right? 179 people so far have upvoted it, an 88% upvote rate, which tells me that there's like, you know, 30 people who have downvoted this message about supporting that movie. 30 people, 30 different accounts have gone in there and downvoted. And literally all my post says is it's been a hot minute since I posted on this, but really weighing heavy, and I think this message needs to be seen. If you're an A-list member of AMC, you can use your unused 3 free weekly movie tickets to buy tickets to see Sound of Freedom. If your QR ticket is not scanned, the movie ticket um, still counts. A portion of the movie ticket proceeds for Sound of Freedom help to save kids from sex trafficking. Get this trending, and we can help AMC help the kids. Fill up those front row seats, you filthy apes. This is the way. That's all it says. That's it. And then I got a link in there to the A-list membership, and 88% upvote rate. There's Who would downvote that? I can understand like dismissive, right? Like I get it because it's been seen by 29.3 thousand. It has 29.3 thousand views and only 179 upvotes. I can totally understand people flying past it, never upvoting it, no big deal. But to have 30 people who've 30 different accounts go in there and legitimately hit downvotes on it, insane to me. I can't even imagine somebody going in there. Blackhand Raikou says bots. It doesn't even matter. Like the idea that there's at least 30 accounts that are out there that are bot accounts that are downvoting stuff like that is insane. Insane to me. I can't even imagine. That's 200 people. 200 people out, I'm saying people, but it could be it's just accounts, right? 200 accounts and 30 of them downvoting a message like that. Insane. That's very, very nuts, guys. That's 15 people out of 100. 15. You're standing in a room full of 100 people, and 15 of them downvote something against trying to stop child trafficking. Wow, blows my mind. Blows my mind. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It doesn't have any names in there or anything like that. Throat yogurt, but I can see the statistics, and it just blows my mind. I don't get it. I totally understand people not upvoting. That makes sense to me. I do that all the time. I will go in and you've heard me say before, just to be funny, I'll go in and downvote somebody's YouTube video, just even if I like it, just to be funny, because I'm different like that. But this this is something I would never ever in a million years think, oh, I'm gonna downvote that. No, not a chance. I can't even imagine. Deb, yeah, I'm gonna go see it. I don't feel like I can't not see it. It's just that I know that it's gonna hurt, but it's probably a hurt that needs to happen. Tyler Durden says, upvote here. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it, man. It's insane though. I can't believe it. It blows. I mean, the idea that people would downvote it to begin with is just it's so shocking. There's nothing there that's controversial in my opinion. I just don't I don't see anything there that really shocks me. It's just I don't know. 2 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers here. I think tomorrow. I'm going to spend my time tonight looking for the video. Earlier this morning, I talked about um, the Angry Birds presentation that I did a long time ago based off of another YouTuber's video that kind of talked about like a shotgun approach to exiting a position. And I kind of did like a little presentation, an Angry Birds. I tried to do an analogy, and I used Angry Birds in trying to come up with an analogy as to how you can find a good exit point on a squeeze type play. And it doesn't have to just be a squeeze play. You can actually see these patterns all over the place in the market, and they repeat themselves over and over and over and over and over. Squeeze or no squeeze. There are specific pump and dump plays that don't respond quite like this. But you have to remember that there's always going to be those. You can't say always to everything. There's always going to be that exception to the rule. There will always be an exception to a rule. That's the one always you can say. There's always an exception. And so when you see those exceptions to the rule, you have to identify, that they are different. There's a different beast going on there. And pump and dump plays don't apply to what it is that we're going to be talking about. So you got to remember to kind of not focus on pump and dumps when we're talking about it tomorrow. But I am going to talk about this tomorrow. I'll probably make it the title for the day. Angry Birds. How to maximize your position using the Angry Birds methodology of trading. So leave it to Casey to dumb it down because man, he knows how to do that. But yeah, we're gonna talk about that, and there's a couple different ways to play Angry Birds, right? One of the ways is to one of the probably the best ways is to find the TNT and then shoot the TNT box so you can take down the whole building. But we'll take a look at that tomorrow. That'll be our topic of choice, and I know I've covered it once before. I was kind of going to wait a little bit later to cover it again, but it was requested that I bring it up. John Hannaford's like, I'd like to see that again if you don't mind, and I said, yeah, absolutely. So tomorrow that will be the title day, and we'll do because we're already starting off the week with killing two birds with one stone. We might as well continue on the theme and just call it Angry Birds with TNT. So I'm telling you in advance what the title is going to be for tomorrow. Using the TNT to kill kill the piggies in Angry Birds, something along those lines. But it is time to take a look at our numbers for the day today, guys. I'm going to take you over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I won't see it. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up on your accounts already, it might be a great thing to set up. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account, or at least make it harder for somebody to get into your account. When you do set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you never know when you're going to accidentally put your hand out the window to kind of do the airplane thing with the wind and accidentally have your phone in your hand and have it swiped out and ran over by a car behind you. So it's always good to put a secondary device that can receive the access code so you can still have access. And then one last thing, please make sure you guys are requesting a statement from your broker on your portfolio on what you hold, or take a picture or movie video footage of something that shows proof of ownership of what you hold. Do not rely on your brokers to record and keep that information for you. Make sure you have something on hand that you can physically hold on to or digitally hold on to so you have proof. Let's take a look at these numbers. Starting with the top left-hand side, Einstein had the closest price prediction at the end of the day last week, giving him the extra bonus point for the week and the win. So congratulations to Einstein on that. He had the closest price. He was off by 3 cents combined of AMC and Ape to get him the win. Apex, I think, was off by 5 cents, and I was off by 7. So we're all really, really, really close. Eric's been going with the 5 to 8. He's like, I want 5 to 8. Leave me there. So Eric's going 5 to 8 constantly. Max Payne right now, or actually, let me go into price change. I forgot to do this earlier in the morning, so ignore the day-over-day price increase change amounts at the bottom of that next section there, as I forgot to update that this morning, and I don't have the data right on hand here. I'll pull it up later and correct it, but it's off right now. Short exempt volume for Friday on AMC was 239.4 thousand shares. Ape was 16.2 thousand shares. An increase in AMC, a decrease in Ape. Utilization's back at 100% for AMC. Ape is at 29.63%, which is higher than what it was on Thursday. Max Payne, we're back to 454 this week. We went to 5 at the very end of the week last week, but that was because on Thursday we had a lot of $9 strike call and put options in volume that rose the bar for the Max Payne to $5. I think we're going to see that happen again this week. Not sure when. More than likely to be Tuesday. It might even be today, but it might be Tuesday or Wednesday is when we'll see that happen to prevent a gamma squeeze up. As seeing a bunch of volume coming in at a strike like that would cause implied volatility to rise and make it more difficult for somebody to make money off of a smaller strike price on a call or put position. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange. EDGX would be about 10 to 11%. As it stands right now, off exchanges on AMC is at 42.62, and EDGX is at 11.69. The combined total on that is 54.31%. That's 0.31% higher than it should be. It's right on target. CHX is 0.1 with a 30-day average of 3.13, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange, wow, it's really low. 30.82% going through off exchange so far this morning. EDGX is at 15.69. That's 46.51%. That's about 7.49% less than I would expect by this time of the day. Where's all that extra volume going? The New York Stock Exchange, ARCA, is getting it right now. It's got 22.17% of our total volume with a 30-day average of 4.79. The other exchange that's seeing higher volume as well as the NASDAQ GSM, which is a global market as well. Seeing a lot of additional volume going through that with a 30-day average of 7.65 is 13.82. CHX volume is 620 shares for Ape. It's nothing unusually large. And on GME, CHX volume this morning sitting at 0.25% with a 30-day average of 0.36. So it's a little elevated from what we're used to seeing by this time in the morning, but it's still not over the 30-day average, so nothing crazy. Institutional ownership this morning was reported at 139.259 million. And let me give it a refresh and see if it's changed. It has not. Taking a look at options. Let's see here. Yeah, we're getting the $9 calls and puts volume already starting today. You can see them already rolling in. There's 1.1 thousand contracts on the call volume side, and on puts it's at 3.9. So we're already seeing large quantities of volume going in to those contracts to try and prevent a gamma. It's a gamma blocker. Currently this morning, the highest amount of volume for calls has it at $4.50 strike. That's where it ended last week. We have 5.3 thousand contracts so far. It's a little elevated. Highest amount of put volume this morning is at a $3.50 strike. That's actually 50 cents lower than where it was at the end of last week, and there's 5,000 contracts. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between 3.5 and 4.5 by the end of the day today. And tomorrow, Funky Pizza's got some new music. We're gonna put that in for tomorrow that he's offered to share with us. But for today, we're going to stick with my stock music as I change screens and move some stuff around before we look into the rest of the data. All right, so for today, you can see the combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.12. Still within this wedge that I've got drawn out here that I am expecting to end somewhere inside this purple box, and we're getting really close. I really do think that we're going to be breaking outside this wedge before the end of the day Wednesday. That would be my guesstimate, but this box does go right up until the end of the 18th, which is going into next week, Tuesday. So we'll probably be trading inside this for a little bit longer combined price of AMC and Ape. So far this morning on AMC, we've seen about 15,000 shares borrowed so far. That's not a whole lot. It's not really going to change anything in regards to the short share interest, the free float, which is being reported at 22.51%. Cost borrow mins super high at 856.16%, and 1,000 on the average, 1,006 on the max. Taking a look at that utilization day over day, it's gone back up again on AMC to 100% from 91.45. On loan amount day over day decreased to by 1.03 million shares from 179.13 million down to 178.1 million shares in total. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float a little bit from 22.58 down to 22.51. On loan average age per day is still rising. It went from 130.15 to 131.56, and security lending volume had a big decrease from 11.54 million down to 2.02 million. Typically speaking, when you see utilization start jumping back up like it has right here, usually what I expect to see start happening shortly thereafter is borrowing or lending of new shares once again. And that's at that point, I think that's when we'll start to see this on loan average age per day starting to curl downwards, which is one of the indicators that I typically look for a future incoming price increase, a significant one anyways. And as of right now, it's still trending up. So wait for there to be some new borrowing of shares today, or in the next 2 days, 3 days, sorry, 3 days, today, Tuesday or Wednesday, and that should start causing that on loan average age per day to start dipping. Taking a look at Ape so far this morning, 2.4 thousand shares having been returned, which is really not all that much. That's going to keep that estimated short share interest of the free float at 4.61. There's been multiple borrows of shares, even though only a total of 400 have been borrowed for the day. We have cost to borrow min at 5.47, average is 5.62, and max at 5.76. Utilization day over day increasing on Ape, which typically means shares were borrowed. And we've got it moving up to 27.94, or from 27.94 to 29.63. On loan amount did increase by 200,000 shares from 27.94 to 29. My bad, I said the wrong number. 8.5 to 8.7 million shares on loan. Of course, obviously, when you loan new shares, the estimated short share interest of the free float goes up, and it did from 4.6 to 4.61. And also, your on loan average age per day should start coming down, and it has been going down ever since it started heading down starting the 5th. It actually did come down a little bit earlier than that, but there was a day where we had an increase in there, and I like to see 2 days in a row before I start counting it. So we've had 2 days in a row ever since the 5th of, well, I guess the second day was really the 6th. This has been continuously heading downwards here. We're on a downwards trend. You can see prices starting to rise as more borrowing of shares is occurring. Security lending volume day over day was pretty close to the same. It went from 637,000 shares to 569. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning, AMC, Ape, and GME. One of us may be on this list. We've had some higher volume this morning, but not enough to get us on this list here. So this buying may not necessarily be coming from anything having to do with retail. This may be more of an institutional purchase that's happening right now. SSR would trip today at $3.78 for AMC, Ape at 1.665. Shares available to borrow is still at 0 from earlier. Well, actually, it's still 0 from. I gave you guys some wrong information earlier this morning. I just realized because I didn't look at the date earlier this morning. I told you guys that we had borrowed about I think it was 65,000 shares for the day today, but these numbers are actually being reported July 7th. There is no shares showing available on Stonko Tracker. Obviously, we've seen that it's not necessarily the case. This is only from one reported location. So, but fees were last seen still at a 947.5% rate, and I've got that written down on my board here. Calls, we have 83.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 7,000 contracts in the money. 88.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 42.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.03, Dow Jones is up 0.64, and the S&P 500 is up 0.27. We currently have 4,389 advancers to 1,699 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease because it looks hot and tasty right now. Let's take a look at what some of the banks are doing in the opening hour of the morning here. Biggest movers, I'm only going to count plus or minus 2.75% or greater. First, FRCB or First Republic Bank is down 4.57. Everything else may be underneath that 2.75% change amount. Yeah, everything else is. Ethereum Classic is up 1.02% and still trending towards this breakout box that I've got going on here, which actually starts the 25th of July, so about 15 days from now, almost 2 weeks. DXY or the US dollar is showing down 0.06 and still trending down some more here. Let's zoom out on this just a tad bit here. Looks like this is going to try to retest 101 or 102 at some point. It does look like it's starting to trend that direction. Of course, with the US dollar heading down, the market usually heads up. Oil is currently showing up 0.21 right now, and as of right now, it's still trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.24 to 0.28 and trending up. SPY is up 0.25 and trending up since market open. VIX is up 2.83, so there's a lot of, well, that's kind of weird seeing the VIX up like this, but VBR is up 0.99, VB is up 1.05. Tesla is down 1.3, Amazon down 1.98, Cinemark is up 2.91, Doge is down 1.22, Bitcoin is up 0.27 at 30.2K a coin, GME is down 1.46, HYMC is up 6.24, gold's up right now. I see a lot of indicators that are kind of suggesting that we may see a turn in the market to the red side here a little bit later. Hood's down 0.14, Ape is down 0.27, and AMC is up 1.55. Let's see here. So far for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately about $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 6.67 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. We're definitely on a much quicker pace than what we're used to seeing. After 47 minutes worth of trading, we are on pace for a 55.34 million traded day for the day today. So that's within my almost within my 25 to 45 million prediction. I do think that we're going to have elevated volume for the day today, as the pre-market was suggesting that was going to be the case. Usually, what they try to do is trade prices sideways as possible, trying to keep out as much buying pressure to kind of create less of a buying atmosphere by trading it sideways. But we are on pace for 55.34 as it stands right now. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.02, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.6, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got a crossover on the Vortex indicator with more buying pressure than selling pressure. That crossover occurred about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. RSI at 58.13, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.29, which is above average. It does look like we're kind of consolidating a little bit and cooling the RSI with the consolidation at our current price. Taking a look at Ape, we've got approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 4.74 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 48 minutes worth of trading puts us on a pace for 38.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That actually is within, I think that's within, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares traded. That's definitely within the target range. It'll obviously come down. We always start off strong. I think we're doing pretty good in regards to volume predictions for the day, so I'm liking where I suggested we might go. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.31, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.9, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the Vortex indicator. Looks like multiple. Nah, this is really the first time within the last hour. RSI at 49.24, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts. Nope, take that back. Just slightly more selling pressure than the buying pressure, with an RSI of 44.38, which is slightly below average. On an Ichimoto chart here. So for those of you who woke up this morning and popped your head in and started taking a look at the pre-market data, you saw this like really, really weird move that occurred earlier this morning, right here. I'm on a 5-minute. Let me go down to 1 minute here. So you saw this really weird thing happen earlier this morning, where price suddenly started rising on Ape and then came back down to where it was previously. It got to as high as $2.38 and then quickly came back down to where it was previously. And then the opposite happened with AMC, where it shot down and came back up to where it was. Um, that that particular move may trigger stuff to happen here with trading algorithms. So if you take a look at the 1 hour chart, what that's going to do is it's going to put this abnormally high spike, and it would kind of cause a lot of trading systems that would see this as maybe a level of for Ape, it would see it as a level of weakness. For AMC, it'll see it as a level of strength. And I'll show you here what I mean by that, looking at this indicator. Right now, with the lagging line where it's at on the 1 hour time interval, within the next 48 hours, if price on this doesn't get, if our overall price is not above $2.38, this lagging line is going to run into the price line, and that's going to trigger again within the 48 hours a cross through the Ichimoto cloud here, the green cloud, and usually you have price moving down through green clouds and up through red clouds. So this could be signaling this little move that we had here may cause institutional traders to see that as a sell signal. So I mean, and that occurred early this morning, really early, and then came right back down again. In order to see continuous buying pressure on Ape, we would have to see the lagging line get up, within the next 48 hours above 238. But for today, because we're only looking at today, we need to see price stay above 184. We're at 185. Seeing price above 184 should continue to keep a buying pressure. Should. The only problem is that price is underneath the base and the conversion. That's kind of a little bit of a warning sign, right? Having the lagging line hit the price line is a for sure trigger, but seeing price below conversion and base is kind of a first warning sign. So the market's seeing a signal right now where it's saying like, be careful with a buy on Ape. They don't want anybody buying Ape right now, apparently. So they, that's what this is signaling. So we may end up trading out sideways today, which is exactly what I put down for a price prediction. It was 185. And we may just see it trade sideways the whole day. And then taking a look at the 4 hour chart, the 4 hour chart's the same exact way. Seeing price above 184 would probably be a sign of strength, but eventually, by the end of this week, we're going to be we're above a red cloud, which is where we're supposed to be. But before the end of the week is over, you got green cloud forming. And this is where they're probably likely going to try and move the price. They probably want it to move sideways at about 185 or thereabouts for most of this week until they can get the price to move through this cloud, and then perhaps maybe try and work it down a little bit. So I think that's kind of what's showing up right now on a 4 hour and a 1 hour chart, is that 184, maintaining 184 price point. Taking a look at AMC on a 1 hour time interval, it's going to be the exact opposite, because now what you have is thinning portion of red cloud, and we know that price is supposed to break through north on red clouds. So because price jumped way down to 390 this morning, it's causing a little bit of a buy signal by institutions, because it's saying like, hey, look, it's undervalued. If price starts moving up and conversion crosses base, lagging line crosses price line, and price moves above the red cloud, then it becomes a little bit of a buying signal. So we're looking to break above the cloud, but it may not necessarily happen for, again, 48 hours, as that's where the thinner portion of the cloud's at. But seeing anything above $4.41 would be a pretty strong buy signal, as that's where the top of the cloud is at, and that would get the lagging line above price line. It would get conversion above base. That's the number that we're looking for, is 441. On the 4-hour chart, lagging lines again below price line, conversion below base. You can see that it's creating a little bit of a what happened this morning created definitely a thicker red cloud in the futures, but a little small green cloud right here. And so what I'm kind of anticipating is a breakout above the red cloud, a temporary drop down back to retest, and breaking above the red cloud probably won't be very far. We may be talking somewhere between 440 and 450, and then immediately retracing back down to the 420 level before seeing a potential break to the top side again going into next week. So, but for today, because I'm only looking at the 4-hour chart for today's numbers, a strong buy signal would kick in at about $4.44, as that would get us above the red cloud. It would get lagging line above price line. We do need to see before tomorrow 460 or higher for it to continue to be a buy signal. So again, lagging line is going to come up above here, and it's going to more than likely hit this 460 price from the past and cause a little bit of a sell signal to occur at some price between 440 and 460, and price is probably going to come back down through this green cloud here and retest that 420 price that we've seen here that we ended at last week. So I'm kind of guesstimating maybe a 425 close by the end of the day today, like keeping us just underneath the cloud going into tomorrow, and then seeing the breakout above the cloud, maybe going into tomorrow and seeing that 440 range. And with that, I think that's all I got for you guys. Is that enough? Casey, you talk for like freaking 30 minutes, man. Like, can't we just watch the charts? It's more than 30 minutes, but just the numbers for 30 minutes. All right, I'm going back over to see what it is you guys are saying. Glenn says AMC's Fidelity share lending rate is at 77.125%. I'm trying to remember. I feel like we were closer to 100 a while back. Nana says, Casey, I like when you talk. Thanks, Nana. I, I'm gonna. I kind of want to give you a little surprise. My son has a microphone that we gave him for, I guess it was Christmas, and you know, you've heard me do music, so I have my own microphone, but mine is a step down. It's the same exact microphone as his. It's a step down. We got him a better one than I have, and it was really funny. I was now that he's got his computer over here at my house, he was kind of showing me his computer off and everything and his setup, and we he had me talk into his microphone, and he had the headphones on, and I went testing 1 2 3, and he goes, oh my gosh. And I go, what? And he goes, your voice is amazing. He goes, like, I can't believe how good it sounds through my microphone. And I was like, really? I'm like, dang, I could be I listened, I was like, that does sound pretty good. So I've got my mic set up here, Nana, right next to me, the one that I have, which is a step down. It doesn't sound, we actually compared the two mics to see what the sound difference was like. And mine sounds good, but not nearly as good as his. And I was going to give it a running try this week and just kind of surprise you guys, but it's not really a surprise now because I'm telling you. But I was thinking about trying it out and seeing if, because I just have this crappy little headphone mic that I've got on my head right now. Pirateborn says 30 minutes. Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those up. Thanks, man. I can't wait to do that. Let me try. Buy and hold live from Austin. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Let's not go that far. It would definitely sound better when I played my guitar off of a mic like that, though. You know what I say, Nana? You just gotta let it out. Some people try to hide their laugh. Just let it out. Doesn't matter how terrible it is. Well, that's not true. I heard some pretty terrible laughs, but but I mean, for the most part, most people have pretty decent laughs. Just let that hearty laugh out and just really enjoy the laughter. Let it be infectious. So many people I find try to cover up their laugh. I don't know why. It's always been kind of odd to me. So for this week, let me pull up the information that I've got here. It looks like this week's major U.S. economic reports and Fed speakers. Let's see. Today we have wholesale inventories reporting. We also have consumer credit, but the consumer credit doesn't come out until 3 p.m. Eastern, which is going to be about 2, which means that I'll probably never see the information reported on here. In fact, I feel like most of the time I never see the information reported until like the next day. If I go back to last week, some of the Friday numbers that I never got to tell you about, the U.S. non-farm payroll dropped way more than expected. It went from 306 from last time to 209, and they were expecting a drop to 240. So it was the U.S. non-farm payroll dropped quite a bit more than they were expecting. The U.S. unemployment rate did drop, however. It dropped from 3.7% down to 3.6. They were expecting a 0.1% drop, so they got what they were expecting. U.S. hourly wages, on the other hand, they were expecting a 0.1% drop, and it remained the same at 0.4%. And then we got hourly wages year over year remained the same when they were expecting to see a drop in that as well. They were expecting it was 4.4% year over year, and they were expecting 4.2, and it came in at 4.4, so a little bit better on that. I do want to pull up the information on the U.S. non-farm payroll and read it off to you from last week. Give me 1 second while I pull up the article. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, let's pull up this one. This is from time.com. The title is U.S. added 209,000 jobs in June in sign of economy's resilience. America's employers pulled back on hiring, but still delivered another month of solid gains in June, adding 209,000 jobs, a sign that the economy's resilience is confounding the Federal Reserve's drive to slow growth and inflation. The latest evidence of economic strength makes it all but certain that the Fed will resume its interest rate hikes later this month after having ended a streak of 10 rate increases intended to slow inflation. The June hiring figure reported by the government Friday is the smallest in 2.5 years, but it still points to a durable labor market that has produced a historically high number of advertised openings. The unemployment rate fell from 3.7 to 3.6, near a 5-decade low. Most of the details in the report underscore the job market's durability. The length of the average work week edged up, a sign that customer demand is strong enough to keep employees busy. And wage growth accelerated. Hourly pay is up 4.4% from a year ago. Wages are now growing faster than year over year inflation, which amounted to 4% in May. The wage data will likely raise concerns at the Fed, which is worried that faster pay gains will perpetuate inflation by leading companies to raise prices to offset their higher labor costs. The Fed wants to see hiring and wages increases slow before halting its rate hikes. The economy is beset by high interest rates, elevated inflation, and nagging worries about a possible recession resulting from the Fed's ever higher interest rates. Yet many industries keep adding jobs to keep up with consumer spending and restore their workforces to pre-pandemic levels. The solid pace of hiring and rising wages have enabled consumers to keep spending on services, from traveling to dining out and to attending entertainment events. While economists have repeatedly forecast a recession for later this year or next year, a downturn is unlikely as long as companies keep steadily filling jobs. The Fed has jacked up its key interest rates by a sizable 5 percentage points, the fastest pace of rate hikes in 4 decades. Those increases have made mortgages, auto loans, and other forms of borrowing significantly more expensive. Some Fed officials have said they are looking for signs of what they describe as better balance in the job market, by which they mean the supply and demand for workers would become more equal. After the economy emerged from the pandemic, the number of available jobs surged above 10 million, the highest level on record. I'll probably stop reading right there because it seems like a lot more to go. But what I do want to show you real quickly here is two different things. One of which I'm actually not going to show you. I'm just going to read it to you. The next FOMC meeting in regards to raising the interest rates is in 16 days, 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 32 seconds, and we have a 92.4% chance at seeing a 25 bips raise at that time from 500 to 525. So yeah, we're pretty solid on seeing that increase. I think they were going to pause after that again to see what happens. And as of right now, it's a pause has got a 72% chance. With another increase, I think moving up slightly to 22.2% chance. But the thing that I did want to show you guys, and I was actually trying to show this to Pirate Born last night, and I was unable to, but I wanted to show you the household debt and credit report, which is a page that I kind of have on hand just because I think it's kind of an interesting statistic to take a look at. And obviously, the non-housing debt and housing debt are rising since since a decline. The increase started in about 2013 Q3, but this is the thing that's really the probably the most concerning. And we're seeing hooks on the data for credit card debt, other debt, and also auto loan debt are all getting these hooks, these sharp hooks upwards. So instead of seeing a decline or decrease, we're starting to see these really sharp, and this is days delinquent, right? We're seeing a sharp hook on delinquencies with the last reported amount in Q1 of 2023. This is all Q1 data. We should be getting Q data here in the next month or so, I would assume. Actually, it probably tells me. What does it say the next one is? Does it say when the month? It doesn't say, but I would imagine it's going to be probably in another month or so here. But the one thing that I want to kind of point out here is that student loan that was supposedly forgiven is no longer forgiven. And now you're going to see this like massive spike back up in student loan amounts. So if you're already seeing a stress on credit cards, other form of debt, and auto loan debt, what's going to happen when suddenly you have student loans back in the picture again? And I don't know. Not sure, but it's might not be good. I'm guessing it might not be good. Who am I? I don't know. just another dude here. Javi the Great, good to see you. Joe says, of course it's not good. Of course is what the horse said. I'm just some dude in a van. Who cares what I say? Daniel, good morning to you. I'm looking to see if we've got Powell speaking this week or Gensler. Let me check and see real quick here. Today is $7:10. Barr is actually speaking at 10 a.m. Right? Oh, he's already speaking. He was speaking at 10 a.m. this morning. Vice Chair for Supervision Michael S. Barr is speaking bank capital at the Bipartisan Policy Center in Washington, D.C. We could take a listen to that, or we don't have to. It's up to you guys. I'll let you guys decide if you want to listen to Barr talk about bank capital. Scrolling down here, I don't see anything this week. Let's see, today's the 10th, so we're looking through the 15th. I don't see anything this week here that for Powell speaking. Let's see if Herr Gensler, Chair Gensler, is speaking this week. Chair Gensler. I'm so sorry. I got it messed up. I haven't actually checked to see if they're having any meetings in quite a while, so I'm having to go back to. It looks to me like they've changed up their page a little bit here. It doesn't look familiar to me. I don't see anything currently. Events. Looks like they're having an open meeting at 10 a.m. on July 12th regarding, let's see what their agenda is here. Item 1 is money market fund reform, Form PF reporting requirements and large liquidity fund advisors, technical amendments to Form N-CSR and Form N-1A. The Commission will consider whether to adopt amendments to certain rules that govern money market funds and related form amendments. The Commission will also consider whether to adopt amendments to Form PF to revise reporting requirements for large liquidity fund advisors, as well as certain technical amendments to other forms. And that seems to be item 2. Oh, they have one more item. The second item here is daily computation of customer and broker-dealer reserve requirements under the broker-dealer consumer or customer protection rule. Says the Commission will consider whether to propose amendments to broker-dealer customer protection rules to require certain broker-dealers to compute their customer and broker-dealer reserve deposit requirements daily rather than weekly. The Commission will also consider whether to seek comment on whether similar daily reserve computation requirements should apply to broker-dealers and security-based swap dealers with respect to their security-based swap customers. That might actually kind of be interesting to listen to. We may give that a listen. That's July 12th, so on Wednesday. Dr. Zena says, thanks for mentioning Gensler. I forgot to tweet him Monday morning a turd emoji. You will eat the bugs, Jim says. All I would say, Papa Mac, in regards to that is you can tell where they're getting their information from when you see cost of borrow being reported. As you know, they're either pulling it from Stonko Tracker or they're pulling it from Ortex more than likely. One and a half years of sending him turd emojis. Does that put you on the shit list? Dude, I'm here all day. Manjit, cost to borrow today. When I ran the numbers about 45 minutes ago, we had 856.16% for the men. The average was 1,000 and the max was 1,006. But I'll run the numbers here in about 15 more minutes and we'll look at it again. That usually changes. JP, good to see you. ZZZ says, why wouldn't there be a publicly available consolidated audit trail for every stock? I think part of the reason that might be the case is because some financial organizations would probably make the claim that it would give away some of their business practices or how they conduct business to make money. And of course, you're probably thinking, great, sounds good. Let's take a look at that. Why don't we take a look at that? And I don't know. I mean, I know where I stand on it. I'm with you. The more we know, the better. But they would tend to probably say, no, we deserve some privacy in some of the reporting of our numbers, as it may, it may reveal to some people how we make our money, which would then not give them an advantage necessarily. Oh, Nana, I actually went and listened to Pantheon for a portion of it last night, but I had to go to bed, so I was listening. Hazel says, Nana Ape, I hope one of the apes covered you up while you were asleep. Boom6 says, GME is starting to wake up. I see it up 0.09% right now. Let's take a look at it real quick here. I've got notice that the screen is different on this. If we go out to a 1 hour time interval, it's inside of a box that I've got drawn out here. It is in that time frame of seeing, and it did test on the bottom side of this early this morning. Tested on the bottom side of this really super long wedge that I've got drawn up in here. So we're in a breakout period on this. We got about 10 more minutes, and we'll take a look at what that updated cost to borrow is. I'm seeing a lot of green on current markets. I mean, there is some red in here as well. But the VIX, interestingly enough, the VIX is almost breaking even on the futures, which are it's currently showing up 3.17. Let me just click on it again to see if it's still that way. Yeah, it's still showing 3.17. It retested 16. Looks like at some point this morning. It's really quite curious to see VIX retesting 16 for even if it was just for a moment. Let me take this down to a woman. I want to see when it occurred exactly. Okay, yeah, as soon as it opened up, it was at 1608. Still trending up. Kind of weird. US dollar is up. This may be the switching point where we start seeing some of the markets starting to come down now. Darren says, just been reading that the second wave of bank failures has begun and it will make 2008 look like a small correction. Yeah, man. Well, we'll see. We'll see it when it happens. I read an article earlier this morning that was saying that stock prices in China were actually headed down over fears as well there, which was likely going to impact other financial institutions around the world. I don't recall. Let me see if I can find that article real quick. I was just reading it this morning. Let me see if I can pull an article on it real quick here. So I guess I'll just read the wall. I don't. Let's see if I get paywalled on this. I'm probably gonna get paywalled. Yeah, I knew I was gonna get stupid Wall Street Journal. Let's see here. Let's try. Asia markets mixed as China. This is as of 7 hours ago. It says Asia markets mixed as China's June inflation data miss expectations. Asia Pacific markets are mixed ahead of key inflation reports this week, including the U.S. Consumer Price Index report due Wednesday and the Producer Price Index on Tuesday. In the region, China's Consumer Price Index was flat in June year on year, as its lowest level since February 2021. Meanwhile, producer prices fell 5.4% year on year, the fastest rate of decline since December 2015. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen concluded her visit to Beijing and said that the talks were direct and productive, putting bilateral ties on surreal footing. What the hell is that? Hold on a second. Sorry, I gotta look that up. I have no idea what the hell that means. Surreal footing. Meaning sure-footed. Wait, why couldn't they just say sure-footed? I'm so confused. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Google's telling me that it was a typo. Google's suggesting that that was a typo and that it was supposed to be sure-footed, not surreal footing. I don't know, maybe. Let me just type in surreal and see if that's actually a word. Yeah, that's not a word. It was sure footing. I was like, what the hell is that? I thought for sure. I thought for sure it was it said SU. Wait, shoot, I already closed it out. SURER. That was the spelling. Surreal footing. I was like, I've never heard that word before. The more of these fancy rich people words. Surreal. Surreal footing. Oh man. Thank goodness for Google, because I would have thought that was a real word. I was like, oh, I'm just not smart enough to understand these fancy words. Jason says, Casey, what's your gut telling you on the decision might be made on the court case? My gut, Wednesday or Thursday this week. I actually think it's going to be next week. And it's only because of the options that we saw that popped up the way that they did prior to the beginning of trading last week, where we saw like all the options dump out of AMC or just AMC for this week and next week, and all the options remain the same going out from there. So I think that there was like some kind of reshuffling of positions in expectation of the announcement maybe coming next week. But that's my general opinion in time on time frame. Papa Max says a homeless looking guy approached me one day as I was driving out of a work parking lot. I offered to buy him dinner across the street at Jimmy John's. He said he didn't like them, had to go to McD's. McD's, nuts. Papa Mac, yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? One of the things that I've kind of, I don't know, I guess kind of wondered about. One of the first things that I ever kind of thought about when in regards to a CBDC, like if we were to remove cash from our system, one of the first things I thought of is how in the world is somebody going to beg for money if there is no money anymore, right? Like if only way that you can give them money is digitally, like they're gonna have to have a phone of some sorts. But the sad part, the sad truth of this, Papa Mac, is that if you take a look at where they're living underneath the bridges or wherever it may be, you'll actually catch them on their cell phones sometimes. So believe it or not, they actually do have cell phones. Some of them. I don't know if all of them do or not, but I always find that to just be fascinating. Pam, take care. Drive safely. Glenn said provided free from the government. I do believe that to be the case. I think the Obama administration had a program that was providing phones to people, which, I mean, if that doesn't kind of tell you that they were expecting to move over to a cashless system in the future and that they were pre-planning for it as far back as almost 4 years ago, or maybe I guess that would probably be more like 6 years ago. Um, my goodness. Oh, how uh, things happen in mysterious ways like that. Yeah, I hear you, Deb. There's definitely people out there who really do need help. How do you expect a bum to keep track of their AMC and Ape shares? Oh man. Ben says I think it was also about tracking them. Ooh. Interesting. Any two will do says Wildo. Where's Waldo? Waldo will do. Will do. Waldo says Casey, I live in New York, and an undercover reporter went as a homeless man and followed a guy who panhandled in New York City all day for a week, and then he followed him at the end of the night to a parking garage. He got into a BMW and drove to his house in New Jersey. Admitted he makes 200K a year panhandling. That's insane. Yeah, but I'd like to go back to what Deb said, though. There are people who legitimately, I mean, while there may be people who make a lot of money doing that, there's also people who are truly hurting. Wait, Dynamike said I put the remix in Discord. Wait, hold on, Dynamike. I don't know what you said before that. Hold on, I gotta scroll back up here. What remix are you talking about? You must be talking to somebody else. I think you're talking to somebody else. All right, cool. I just want to make sure you were talking to me. I had my ex-father-in-law um, worked for an organization called the Millionaires Club. I think it's Millionaires Club. Weirdest name uh, for a nonprofit organization that tries to help homeless people because it's called the Millionaires Club. I think that's what it's called. And I think it was in based out of Seattle, Washington. And one of the things that he told me was, having worked for the company, he told me that one of the prevalent things in homelessness, from his experience, was mental illness. Um, a lot of people, were given the ability to be able to get jobs, either through, giving them a solid place to stay, a haircut, the bare essentials that they needed to go out and get a job and get back up on their feet again. But the problem was is that they were unable to maintain uh, the help that they needed to find the jobs because they were not able to uh, get past the mental health problems, and so that was by far one of their biggest problems with helping people is that they were almost unhelpable. Is that a word? Helpable? Un the inability to be able to help them because of the mental health problems. And so it became more of an issue about trying to get them help and a place to stay and something to eat without necessarily trying to get them the job, but also get them the help medically that they needed. Yukon says, Casey, I have some fun poker news. Would love to hear it. Yes, it is numbers time. No, you did not miss it. I got to get to it. Real quick, before Yukon says what it is that he's got to say, the World Series of Poker main event had the largest entries ever in history. And that's what I've heard. So don't shoot me if I'm wrong on this. But I heard that it's the largest entries ever in the World Series of Poker main event. That's significant to me because of a couple different reasons. One of the biggest or largest trends in poker history, where we had some of the largest amounts of people entering that event, was back in 2000 and I think it was either 10 or yeah, I think it was 2010, which was right after the recession that we had. And so one of the key things, if you go back and you look at the historical trends on attendance or people who sign up for that main event, World Series of Poker main event, is that oftentimes in correlation to the trend of people wanting to gamble is the trend of a recession. People decide to get a little extra risky with their money when times are tough. And I know that sounds so contrary to what it is that you should probably do. That is what tends to happen, is that people get a little bit more desperate and they try harder to succeed in risky business. So I think that's kind of significant. Not to harp on the cool news that you've got there, Yukon. Yukon saying, my cousin is in playing the World Series of Poker main event. His chip count is 780,000 and he is 177th place. That is freaking awesome, man. I think that's amazing. That's great. Chris Moneymaker and my cousin are neck and neck in standings. Hopefully that won't be for long because Chris Moneymaker has a way of getting out early. So hopefully he can beat Chris out. I would I would not. Yeah, you don't want to compare him to Chris Moneymaker. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys, and see what we got going on. Billy's like, "Come on, man, hurry up." So let me take you guys over to the other screen here, and let's take a look at some of these numbers. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see that happen. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with me moving around some screens here. All right. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. Currently, we have 43.81% going through off exchange. EDGX at 9.68. The combined total is 53.49%. That's about 6.51% less than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. But guess where some of that additional volume is going? You guessed it. CHX volume, 2.49% of our total daily volume with a 30-day average of 3.15. Definitely some additional volume going into that CHX. It's only at 209,000 shares, and I don't get excited until after it breaks 300, but it's already up there. We're only 10 o'clock in the morning. Man, I got indigestion. It's only when I get excited and start talking fast. That's when it kicks in every time. Let's see here. Other big NYC ARCA is actually pretty high up there in volume right now as well for AMC. It's at 12.7% with a 30-day average of 5.82. So a lot of additional volume going into that exchange as well. Taking a look at Ape, it's got 42.28% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.87. Combined total 53.15. That's about 6.85% less than it should be. And NYSE ARCA also seeing some elevated volume on this as well at 15.48 with a 30-day average of 4.8. So some additional volume going through there. Also, the NASDAQ GSM is elevated, which is a global market. And then CHX is at 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.03. So very, very low volume going through there. Has been for a while. On GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 0.15 with a 30-day average of 0.36. Nothing unusual happening there now. Taking a look at Ortex data, as of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 15,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 25,000 shares. It's not going to change anything in regards to short share interest, the free float, which is being reported at 22.51%. You guys were asking about an update on cost to borrow. Has not changed, as I don't believe there's been any new shares borrowed in the last hour. So we're still seeing a cost per minute 856.16%, average is 1,000 and max 1,006. Shares on loan for the day today is at 178.1 million shares. That's 1.03 million shares less than there was on Friday. Ortex estimated that about 363,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago on Ape, there was approximately 2,000 shares having been returned. It's now 677,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 4.57%. Cost to borrow mins at 5.47, average 5.62, and max is 5.76. Shares on loan today was at 8.7 million shares. That's 200,000 shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 4.5 thousand contracts. There's now 10.2. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike, which is up from 3.5 an hour ago. And we had 5,000 contracts at 4 an hour ago. We now have 8.5 thousand contracts now. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.09 and consolidating currently. A little bit lower than what it was an hour ago, at about 610 to 612-ish, I think it was. Still expecting a breakout sometime between now and the 18th of July. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list here. With elevated amounts of volume today, I would expect to see us on this list if it was retail that was pushing price, but it doesn't seem to be the case, as we have not made this list in orders yet for the day today. SSR trips at $3.78 for AMC, Ape at 1.665. There are 0 shares being reported available to borrow, even though we know that's not necessarily the case. That's the last reported amount that Stonko Tracker is getting, with the last seen fee percentage at 947.5%. Here comes that slip in the market I was talking about. NASDAQ now down 0.14. Dow Jones is up 0.32. S&P 500 is down 0.03. We have 4,149 advancers and 1,964 decliners. The market's still cooking with bacon grease and looking hot and tasty. The only problem is that it's not as good as it was an hour ago. It's looking a little bit worse, a little more declining. Taking a look at some of the banks and see what big movers we have for the day-to-day here. Plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We've got FRCB coming in at down 8.17. SICP or Silvergate's down 20%. Those are the biggest movers. Nothing else meets the criteria. And Ethereum Classic is currently up 1.25%. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 1.11, or sorry, 0.11. Oil is down 1.02. Mortgage-backed securities are trending up and are up about 0.25. And SPY is now down 0.02 and trending down. Almost looks like a descending parallel channel, which may have this breaking to the top side before too long. VIX is currently up 3.78. VBR is up 0.78. VB is up 1.03. Tesla is down 1.55. Amazon down 1.9. Cinemark up 4.19. Doge is down 1.04. Bitcoin up 0.3. GME is up 0.95. HYMC is up 5.33. NCMI is down 1.38. Hood is up 1.44. Ape is up 0.07 at 1.851. And AMC is up 1.19 at 425. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's a little over $100,000 more inflow. 9.21 million shares traded so far for the day today after 105 minutes worth of trading puts us on a pace for 34.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 25 and 45 million shares traded. We are definitely getting closer to the bottom end of my prediction, and we still got quite a few hours to go here. So again, how do you get price? How do you get volume to kind of die out? Trade it sideways. What happened? We traded sideways. Trade the price sideways. Nobody wants to buy. Nobody wants to sell. It's all just dead even. Take out the volume. The volume no longer becomes a problem when price goes horizontal. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.69, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.76, which is average, and a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring with that extra buying pressure that's occurring. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.79, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.22, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $2 million more outflow than inflow, 7.16 million shares traded so far on Ape. After 107 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 26.09 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is still within the volume prediction that I had suggested at 15 to 35, but starting to make it look like it may not necessarily be very close to being right. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure. No, hold on a second. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.31, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 57.51, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 50.12, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.42, which is average. Starting to see a little bit more volatility here. And I can see what it is you guys are saying. Turtle says flavor is called mango, but it's really meth. Yes, Deb, good for you. I'm glad. I'm glad you're making money in the market. That's a good thing. I need to make a quick phone call. I wanted to sign Bruno up for a professional wash, and then they asked me if he was up to date on his rabies shot because apparently it expired at the end of last year. And I don't know if I don't know if he's up to date or not. And I couldn't remember, so I had to cancel the appointment for his professional bath, and which I like to give him. I like to get him one of those like good cleanings, like once a year if I can, if I can afford it. And then now I don't know. So now I got to call up I got to call up the vet and see if he's up to date on his rabies. If he's not, I need to go get him. I need to go schedule an appointment for Bruno to get his rabies shot done. So uh, give me just a minute here, guys. I think I'm gonna go offline for just a second while I call his vet office and find out real quick if he's that way I can reschedule his appointment or not. I'll know when I can reschedule it for to get cleaned, get him all fancied up, get his teeth brushed and all that kind of good stuff. The full spa treatment. Yeah, Hazel, he got over it. I mean he's slower. He's slower than he was from the past, but he's definitely better. Aaron says, "How old is he, Casey?" He's I think he's 8, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's 8. 8, 15, yeah, I'm pretty sure or if he's not 8, he'll be 8 soon. So give me just a second. I'll give you guys a little bit of music while I uh, figure that out. While I call the vet real quick here and get that information. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. All done. Got it taken care of. Bruno's got an appointment. He is all up to date on his records. It's just that the cleaning people only had the records from the previous time we had him in there, so they just didn't know. So he doesn't have to go get more shots. Lucky him. It's funny, Bruno. I'm not sure what it is exactly that's in it, but in the past, um, sometimes, not always, but sometimes whenever he gets a shot, he has an allergic reaction to it, and I'm not sure. I know sometimes they use like an egg, uh, some type of egg type based delivery system or something in it has egg in it. I don't know, but his face gets all puffy. So usually we take him in and we give him a little bit of Benadryl beforehand, just because we know that's what they suggested to us. Because otherwise he looks like a pug. He comes out of the place looking like one of those pug dogs with the skin all puffy around his face. It's poor guy, and he's out of it usually for the rest of the day too. So my dog has been the best pet ever since I took him in. I mean, I had my doubts, but the taxidermist really did a nice job. It's so messed up. So messed up, Plague. I save so much on dog food and never forget to water them anymore. It's so messed up. I've actually been in somebody's house before where they had the animal uh, stuffed, their pet stuffed, and it was I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of creepy. Um, I mean, I guess each to their own, right? If that's what you want to do, go for it, I guess. But I found it a little offsetting. I don't think I'd want to do that with Bruno. It's off petting. Oh man. Yeah, Hazel, let me tell you, it was pretty creepy. It was a cat, by the way. It was very creepy because the worst part about it was the eyes. The eyes were they weren't right. There's something wrong with those eyes. MIB says, well, KS, you smashed the price prediction on the head for now with AMC. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect it to sit right here though for the rest of the day. I mean, it could, but I would imagine that towards the end of the day we'll see a little bit more volatility. So I'm not gonna hold my breath on an extra point for being the closest or getting it right on just yet. We've still got a long ways to go for this day to be over. Well, you were close enough. KS is, that's an initial, right? It was close. Well, you put a dot in there, and so I thought you were just putting my, KC or Casey Shaw, right? I thought you were just putting in initials. We were just talking about that the other night, MIB, at the dinner table. We had a mother of one of our daughter's friends, came over to drop something off at the house, and before she left, she said, "Tell Michelle I said hi," and I just said, "Okay, we'll do." And I knew she got Melissa's name wrong, but I didn't care any. I knew what she meant. And it's kind of one of those things in life where it's like I just don't, if I know what you meant to say, I'm not gonna get after you for getting the wrong name down or whatever. Who cares? I know what you meant. I'm not gonna give you a bad time about it. Somebody can call me Hey, and I just kind of figure like they probably just can't remember my name. It's not a big deal. I'll respond to it. It doesn't bother me any. Unless it's a kid. A kid's a different thing. If it's a kid calling you Hey, I don't like that. That on the other hand is not cool. Dr. Zena says, "Hey." Everybody's like, "Hey." The problem is if you're not directing it at like one specific person, you just say, "Hey." Nobody knows who you're talking to. You're not like, "Oh, oh man." We used to have this coworker. This is such a bad story. I feel really bad for telling this, guys, but it was so funny. So he had a lazy eye, and it wasn't just lazy, but I mean, I'm talking like if he was looking you with one eye directly at you, the other eye was probably looking like 3 feet to your right, or left. I guess it would have been left, the other direction. It was to your left, right? And the other it was really weird too because he could actually track with both eyes. So like sometimes the other eye that was looking like 3 feet to your left would come and stare at you, and the other eye would go feet to your right. And coolest guy ever. I mean, he's a really smart guy and at work, and is really awesome. No problems with him. And he worked the opposite. No, he worked the same shift as me. He worked the same shift as me, and we had what's called pass down, where you're basically like the next group of people who are coming into work, and you're leaving. And he was talking in the pass down, and he said something as if it were a question. And one of the guys on the other side of the table, as we were doing the pass down, one of the guys on the other side of the table, like everybody was just kind of quiet. And the guy on the other side of the table, he goes, "Are you talking to me?" and and everybody just started laughing. It was terrible because it's such a like you don't make fun of that. That's not cool. But the crazy part about it is you just sometimes you couldn't tell if he was talking to you or not because you couldn't tell which eye was the one that was looking at you, and so you weren't really sure if he was talking to you or not you, and unless there was nobody else around, and so I, I felt so bad. I was like, dude, you can't. I think I almost snorted though, because it was just did not expect to hear somebody say that at the table in front of everybody else. I was like, damn, man, that's cold. It was really, really cold. James says I got in trouble in high school for doing the exact same thing with a teacher. I mean, if you don't, I mean, you just didn't know. Well, no, everybody was sitting there quiet because he asked a question. He's like, "Should we be doing this or that?" And everybody just sat there and nobody knew who was supposed to respond. And so the one dude that said it, it was just like, "Dude, you can't, you can't say that." It's like, "Are you talking to me?" It was bad. Yeah, yes. If there was ever a time I would have snorted Dr. Zeno, that would have been it. It was. I really like the guy though. I thought he was a nice guy. He didn't deserve that. Google Steve Buscemi lazy eye pics and see if you can refrain from uncontrollable laughter. Actually, pirate. Some people actually used to call him Steve. I can't say his name, Steve Buscemi or whatever. They used to call that was like his nickname. Everybody knew that. That's how bad it was because the eye would really like way off to the side. Um, that was like a nickname that he had that I don't think most people knew, or he didn't know anyways. Boomstick says my uncle's wife has it really bad as well, but he's a good sport about it. He also terrorizes the little kids at family events with it. That's awesome. I love it when you own something like that, like when you've got, a disability or something, and you just own it, and then you just, you know, make fun of it too, because it makes it easier. It makes it easier for everybody. It's less of an uncomfortable thing when everybody can joke around about it. I find that's it's just easier. Getting a little movement out of AMC here, as of course as AMC is running up, Ape is heading down. A little bit of movement. Pirateborn says Miss Pirate had a friend who eventually had to have her lazy eye removed. She sneezed while on a first date with a guy, and the eye flew across the dinner table. Did she say, "Here's looking at you"? At you, get it? Here's looking at you. Oh man. Again. I'm here all day. That's pretty funny. Pirateborn's laughing. uh, I'm trying to imagine. I'm trying to imagine that happening. Uh, those are the most hilarious moments because it's just so awkward and unexpected. She was keeping an eye on her carbs. Oh boy. Hey Bruno, you don't have to have shots. Yeah, and I'm gonna send you over. I signed you up for an appointment for your next cleaning. You're gonna have to wait 2 weeks. It's actually only 9 days, a little less. Batter says, Casey, aren't you gonna miss these daily live streams after MOASS? Um, yeah, I mean, yes and no. I'm gonna refocus my attention on other things, and I have a feeling that I'm going to make those things high priorities in my life to where it's just a new chapter. And so my hope is that I don't look back and miss this. I hope that I'm able to look forward and enjoy the new chapters to be made. So I'm not gonna. I don't like to look backwards in time and regret stuff. I'd rather not. I'd rather move forward and enjoy the moment going forward. So I don't know. It kind of it keeps you moving. You know what I'm saying? Like you're always just kind of trudging forward. You're breaking new ground. Shaw will need years of therapy after this from streaming every day. I really don't think so. Like taking off like a week when I took off a week, Dr. Zeno, did miss it. I mean I did miss it, but I didn't miss it at the same time. Like I feel like I could stop cold turkey and probably, be okay with it. I don't think I would have um I don't think I would have any kind of like flashbacks. I don't know what they call those. What do they call it when you're like when it's like a drug that you're addicted to? I can't think of what it's called. Yeah, I definitely. Well, see, I don't think I'm gonna miss you guys, Hazel, because I'm still gonna stay in touch with you. This is not something you go through and you just go like, okay, see y'all later, bye. Like that doesn't happen. We've been through like a really massive fight here, right? This is the kind of thing like where, we've all endured something together, and I don't believe that you just walk away from something like this and just say, see y'all. I mean, maybe some people do, right? Withdrawals. Thank you. I couldn't come up with that word, withdrawals. I really just don't think that happens. I mean, maybe it does. Maybe we all walk away from this and hardly any of us ever talk again. That might happen for some people, but I feel like I feel like there's still going to be connections. I have a place. I have Discord. I have a place set up on Reddit where we can join. That's going to be private for people who've been a part of this for the whole time, that can be a part of, and it's not going to allow anybody else into it except for just those of us who we know who we are. We've spent time, you know, I would call this working together, and I don't see any reasons why we would stop continuing to try and help each other out down the road. Like everybody from this group has something to offer. Whether it be children advice, marriage advice, tax advice, health advice, um, building advice, uh, all kinds of talented people in this group here, and not everybody shares what their talent is. Sometimes I get to find out uh, what your talents are on the side, but so many people with so many talents, and you may not think that you have anything to offer, but you do. You just don't know it. You just don't understand that you have uh, a talent that you can offer. Jana, I was just thinking about you. Last night, I actually had to give somebody some information. I had to go back to some messages that we had sent back and forth about something that had happened from the past. Um, and you know what I'm talking about. And I had to send somebody a message in reference to some of that information. I'm glad to see you on here because I feel like I hadn't seen you in a hot minute, and I almost sent you a message last night, but I was gonna probably do it today because I wanted to get to sleep last night as I was sending that information out. But it's good to see you, to say the least. Glad you're doing okay. Glad Deb says beard advice. I mean, all kinds of things, right, Deb? I mean, like for example, I know that you're in the trucking industry, right? And if I had a question, let's say I wanted to move somewhere, and I had a question about, moving or some what to expect from trucking. Like how would I go about getting a moving service through trucking? I'm sure you would be able to help out people and have advice for that, or be able to at least explain some information to people that nobody else would know because you know. You've been there, you've done it, you understand what it's all about. Um, that's invaluable. Like we can't, nobody else knows that except for you because you've been there. So, and every single one of us has that ability to share something that some of us just don't know. Those of you guys who are, I know this, moms get this all the time. And for some reason, moms sell themselves short so much, and I don't know why. But for some of you guys who might be stay-at-home moms, you have so much. My wife is guilty of this. You have so much to offer. You really do. You have a wealth of knowledge that so many people don't know. How to get a stain out of a grass stain out of a pair of pants that nobody else knows but you. And so you guys need to share that kind of stuff. So, but I'm teasing. I'm sure you have a wealth of knowledge well beyond that. But not everybody knows this kind of stuff. So, Deb, take care. After a while, Crocodile. Turtle says, I've got mad PTSD from this market, no doubt. Also, Casey, I have lots of cannabis growing and consuming info. Like I said, everybody has something to share here. And that's the great thing about it is that there's no reason after spending this much time together and going through as much crap as we've gone through together that we should sit there and write that off as just a moment in time that was only valuable for a holding of our position. It's much more valuable than that. The organizational skills of running a house are huge. They damn straight they are. It's 10:52, guys. 8 more minutes, and I'll go over the numbers again. Medical. How did I leave out medical advice? We got medical advice in here. We got it all. We got car advice. You name it, man. So many people with so many talents and so many, just so much history of what it is, knowledge, stored knowledge, expertise in different fields. It's insane. Mega Hulk says, I'm ready to play in a cash game with Tom Dwan. So much fun that would be. Mega Hulk, I used to watch Tom Dwan play a lot when he was up and coming, especially when it was Isildur on online. And that guy changed poker a little bit, in my opinion. This is just my opinion, but I think he changed the way people see poker. And because for a long time there was kind of this tried and true method of playing that was, if you could develop it and harness it and stick to the rules, you did pretty well for yourself. And then Isildur happened. Tom Dwan came along and changed all of that. And not very many people understand what it was that he did or the impact that he had. Some people don't even know. You can say Isildur and they have no idea what the hell it is you're talking about. But he really did have a huge impact. I don't think that it was sustainable. I think he's done a good job of proving that his method was kind of unsustainable. But it really changed how people think about playing. And he can certainly be a formidable an opponent. Turtle says Pantheon has MOASS tomorrow. I'm certain he didn't say that. I highly doubt that's the case. I used to sit down Mega Hulk and go through his hand histories. I used to pull his hand histories online and just kind of like watch like his method. It's actually I don't even know if this this is over a decade ago that I did this. But it's actually really fun to sit down and back in the day when we actually could pull trackers on people and see what their playing habits were like. It was quite fascinating. Nowadays, I don't think that's a possibility anymore. Casey Pantheons tomorrow is like your 2 weeks. Ah, okay. I think that's probably a little it's a difference than 2 weeks, so that's good. Casey, you're not sure if you've talked about this before. You know the cost of borrows are so high right now. What if the lenders and borrowers are the same criminals? Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. Got 3 more minutes, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Negrano, on the other hand, self destruction all the time. He needs to watch his tilting. I, I, I really want to sit down at a table with Negrano sometime, more or less just to say that I've done it and got to talk with him. I would love to go play golf, a round of golf with him sometime. He seems a little more unstable since he started doing. I'm almost positive that he was taking testosterone with the hair loss that he had, and and the subsequent hair piece later. I'm pretty sure that that he's a little on the testosterone side, and I think that's part of the reason that he had the blowups. So I think it was mostly drug related, which as a poker player, you got to recognize that that's not a good thing for you. I'm sure he knows. All right, guys, we've got about a minute left here. I'm going to go ahead and take you over to the other page. Coke Rat, I think, for a while. I feel like all those guys do a little bit of something like that. I'm not sure what exactly, but at some point or other. As a rule, you're not wrong. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. All right. Starting with off exchange, by this time in the morning, I expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now, we got 43.73% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.23. The combined total is 52.96. That's 9.04% less than it should be. CHX volume is 3.18 with a 30-day average of 3.16. With 313,000 shares going through that exchange, that's a lot of shares being returned right now. On Ape, off exchange is 50.87%, EDGX is 7.98. The combined total is 58.85, which is 3.15% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume 720 shares, nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume is 0.13 with a 30-day average of 0.35, nothing unusual going on there as well. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 25,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC for the day today. It's now 34,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of not really doing anything to short share interest of the free float because it's such a low amount, which is at 22.51%. The cost to borrow mins at 856.16%. Average is 102, and max is 106. Shares on loan day over day is at 178.1 million shares. That's 1.03 million more shares on loan today than there was, less shares on loan today than there was previously. And then Ortex estimated about 363,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. On Ape, an hour ago, there were 677,000 shares having been returned. It's now 916. It's going to have the effect of slightly lowering that short share interest of the free float a little bit more to 4.55%. Cost per mins at 5.47, average 5.62, and max is 5.76. Shares on loan for the day today is at 8.7 million shares. That's 200,000 shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at $4.50 strike with 10.2 thousand contracts. It's now 11.9. And on puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $4 strike with 8.5 thousand contracts. There's now 11.7. Market closing in on the idea that we'll see a closing price between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.03. Still sort of consolidating right now. Actually coming down just a little bit from earlier this morning. But not a whole lot of movement as of right now. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list, and I do not see us on there. Any kind of price movement we're getting right now is not a whole lot of it's coming from buying orders or selling orders of AMC, Ape, or GME. SSR trigger price for the day is at $3.78. Ape would be at 1.665. There are 0 shares available to borrow according to Sonko Tracker. Fees last seen at 947.5%. NASDAQ is down 0.43. Dow Jones is up 0.33. S&P 500 is down 0.13. We have 4,215 advancers to 1,934 decliners. The market's it's cooking with bacon grease and looking like hot and tasty. The only problem is that it hasn't really changed in the last hour, so it's just still kind of cooking along the way that it was. Not anything majorly changing. Taking a look at some of the big bank movers, we've got FRCB down 11.64. SICP is down 20%. First Horizon is up 2.75. Ethereum Classic is up 1.56. The US dollar is down 0.19. Oil is down 1.14 and kind of trending sideways right now. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.29 to 0.34 and trending up. SPY is down 0.12, but seems like it may have bounced off a little bit of a bottom. There is a TD9 that printed here, which means we may see price starting to move back towards the simple moving average, which is going to be about 438.55. VIX is up 2.76 and trending sideways. VBR is up 0.92. VB is up 1.16. Tesla's down 2.64. Amazon down 2.67. Cinemark up 3.45. Doge is down 1.13. Bitcoin is up 0.4 at 30.2k a coin. GME is up 0.4. HYMC up 4.3. NCMI is down 1.2. Hood is up 1.71. Ape is down 1.08 at 183. And AMC is up 0.12 at 4.205. Inflow versus outflow, there's like $30,000 more inflow than outflow. It's pretty close to the same right now. So 10.75 million shares traded so far for the day today after, let's see here, 155 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 27 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We're getting dangerously close to the lower end of my volume prediction for the day, which was 25 to 45 million. Usually it's not until 1 o'clock that we see this fall on what I would say is going to be the ending pace for the day. So very likely I'm going to be shy on my volume prediction, which maybe I should have just gone with 20 to 40, but we'll see. We'll see what happens in the aftermarket hours. We might see some additional volume kick in, and maybe I just barely hit the 25 million number. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 43.23, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.16, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.36, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.33, which is below average. On Ape, we have approximately $2.3 million more outflow than inflow. 9.79 million shares traded so far for the day today after 157 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 24.31 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35, and that's actually still looking like a pretty good prediction. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.42, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 51.93, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 42.12, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.96, which is below average. Alrighty. You know who else? Jamie, you guys see Jamie Foxx on the yacht? I did not. I actually didn't even know he was in the hospital. That's the first I'm hearing of it. And I don't keep up to date on who's who and stuff like that in that world, guys. I just don't really care about celebrities, so don't hate on me. Has nothing to do with specific people. I just don't really keep up to date on that stuff. But did you know? I'm like, I don't keep up to date on this stuff. Last I had heard, Madonna was going to be a vegetable, and and we're not talking about Brussels sprouts, but she is apparently doing better and out of the hospital as well. Sounding like she's going to go back on tour. At least that's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. I don't really care. Just thought I'd throw that out there since you guys are throwing information. I'm like, hey, I got something too. I can share. I was a little sad. I was a little sad that it sounded like we weren't ever going to get to there was going to be no more Madonna. I mean, she's iconic. She's iconic in music, so you got to give her props. Um, how old is Madonna? I feel like she's my mom's age. And she's super young, is what I'm trying to say. She's 8 years younger than my mom. My mom's like, don't you dare tell him how old she's 8 years younger. She was born on August 16th, 1958. Attendees plus plus put 138. She's a pedophile? I had no idea about that. She has a child trafficking case against her? Holy crap. I did not know that about that at all. Wow. Well, screw her then. If that's the case. screw that. That's a bunch of crap. Um Let me put the message up on the screen here for you guys, and I'm going to take a break. Let's see here. Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and take a break. I'll be back in just about an hour from now, and see you guys then. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see. Ape breaking even at $1.85. AMC at 4.205, up 0.12%. Wow, whole lot of nothing going on since I left. Glock Dookie, welcome. Do me a favor and take a look at the rules of the channel. If there's a reason, if you're wondering why why people are taking off your messages off the screen on there, that'll help you to understand perhaps a little bit reason why. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that happen. The big tramp showing back up. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if they allow you to set up a secondary device to be able to access your account, you never know when you may accidentally, what are we going to do this time? Mowing your lawn and it drops out behind you and you go back over the same spot and it sucks up into that lawnmower. You never know what's going to happen. And so it's a good idea to have the access to a device that can receive that code. Also, please take pictures, video footage, or ask for a digital copy of your statement from your broker. It should be on your responsibility to maintain knowledge of ownership of what you hold. Don't rely on your broker to do that for you. You should always know. All right, let me move a couple screens around and we'll get right into this. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% combined between off exchange and EDGX. On AMC, we've got 44.83% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.51. The combined total is 53.34%. It's already almost 10%. It's 9.66% less than it should be by this time of the day. Some of that extra volume is going into CHX. It's 2.64% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 3.15. It's 318,000 shares. That breaks my 300,000 share mark level that I view as a lot of shares going through that exchange, and I do view those as being returned shares to closed positions. On Ape, we have 50.39% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.3. The combined total 57.69%. That's about 5.31% less than it should be. CHX volume on Ape is now suddenly high. Out of nowhere, 1.64% of the daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.08, 171,000 shares going through CHX for the day-to-day. That's a very abnormally high. I kind of view like 30,000 shares as being a lot. 160 is crazy. I mean, if you compare it to like AMC, I get happy when I see 300,000 shares. This would be like seeing like 1.6 million on AMC. So it's pretty high. Super, super high right there. Or 1.7 million, I should say. It's a lot of volume. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day is at 0.16 with a 30-day average of 0.35. Nothing unusual happening right there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 34,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's 110,000 shares for the day now. That's going to maybe slightly raise that estimated short share interest of the free float to 22.52%. Cost of borrowing at 856.16. Average is 1,002. Max 1,006. Shares on loan for the day today is 178.1 million shares. That's 1.03 million shares less on loan today than there was previously on Friday. Ortex estimated that about 363,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago on Ape, there was approximately 916,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same value, leaving that estimated short interest of the free float rate at 4.55, cost of borrow mins at 5.47, average 5.62, and max 5.76. Shares on loans at 8.7 million shares. That is 200,000 shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. And options, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Highest amount of volume as of earlier was at a $4.50 strike. That is still the case. We went from 11.9 thousand contracts to 15.3. And on puts, highest amount of volume was at a $4 strike an hour ago. There was 11.7 thousand contracts. There's now 12.8. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.08. Still consolidating where we're at currently. I love the pre-market hour test on both sides of this the wedge here. It's almost as if they were fishing for orders. Orders by Fidelity customers, the top 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of the order count. Let's see if AMC, Ape, or GME are on this list on here, and I do not see us on here. We have had higher volume today, not enough to get us on that list though. SSR trigger price for AMC is at $3.78, Ape at 1.665. Shares available to borrow still showing at 0. Fees last seen at 947.5%. NASDAQ is down 0.06, Dow Jones is up 0.49, the SP 500 is up 0.11. We have 4,213 advancers and 1,977 decliners. The market's still cooking with bacon grease, but has not really improved in the last hour. It's about the same. Big bank movers for the day today. Plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We have FRC is down 9.04, Silvergate down 20%. That might be the end of the list. It is. Ethereum Classic is up 1.4. The U.S. dollars and the U.S. dollars. Sorry, I was grabbing something and took my eyes off the screen and it made me pause. DXY, the U.S. dollar is currently down 0.2 and kind of consolidating right around 102 right now. Oil is down 1.14, but trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.39 to 0.45 and trending up. SPY up 0.09 and trending up. VIX is currently up 2.7% and trading sideways. VBR is up 0.91, VB is up 1.21, Tesla is down 2.33, Amazon down 2.39, Cinemark is up 3.17, Doge is down 1.09, Bitcoin is up 0.54, GME is up 1.54, HYMC is up 3.68, NCMI is up 1.77, HUD is up 1.99, Ape is up 0.81, and AMC is up 0.12. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC is approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 12.65 million shares traded so far for the day today after 229 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 21.54 million shares traded by the end of the day. That's underneath my 25, I think it was 25 to 45 prediction that I made. Yeah, 25 to 45 prediction I made in the pre-market. So they definitely knocked down the volume enough with the sideways trading that we have not seen huge quantities of volume. There is a small, slim chance in the aftermarket hours that we see additional volume that kicks in that might get me really close to the 25 million. But at this point, I mean, I expect 21.54 to drop that pace a little bit more for at least the next hour. And more than likely will be under 20 million, which means we'll probably see just slightly. We'll probably have like, if I had to guess, we'll probably be right around this amount right now, 21.54. So that volume prediction this morning is not going to be good. I'm going to be too high, which kind of pisses me off because I hate being high. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.12, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.39, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, just slightly, I think. Nah, that's the same. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.88, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a little whipsaw kind of going on. A little bit of buying, a little bit of selling, a little bit of buying. It's kind of going back and forth, crossing over. RSI at 42.08, which is below average. On Ape, we've got a little bit of a movement heading up here. We've got inflow. $2.2 million more outflow than inflow for the day today. 11.22 million shares traded so far after 231 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 18.94 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On Ape, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. Ape is actually still looking like a very good chance of hitting the prediction that I had for the day today. Kind of a little disappointed that I misguessed one and not the other. But 4-hour time interval. I knew they were going to try and push volume this morning, and I lowered my estimates on. I think I lowered my estimates on AMC as a result, and I just don't think that I lowered them enough. I probably should have gone with the 20 to 40 million prediction. On a 4-hour chart on Ape, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.5. Which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 60.92, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.17, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 59.72, which is above average. And with that, Ape is at 187, AMC's at 4.2. They're going to have to bump up the price a little bit on Ape so that at the end of the day, when they start running in the last half hour, when they start running AMC up, Ape can come down a little bit. So I'm hoping we do hit that 425 on AMC and Ape pops back down to that 185 closing price. Do note the order book on Ape is extremely full right now. Lots and lots of shares out there. That's interesting. Papa Max says anyone that can afford a pink suit is not headed for the pink sheets. That's my conspiracy theory on things. Interesting take. Turtle says I like being high, Casey. I know every time I say that, I don't like being high. I know it comes across that way too. So yeah. This medication that I'm taking, I know I bring it up all the time. It makes me feel like I'm high sometimes. Not really high, but I feel like it's like that like beginning phase of like intoxication, like your face feels kind of numb, maybe a little lightheaded. It feels like that like beginning stages of having had too many, like you're like, oh yeah, I'm on a good pace for a good buzz today. That's what it feels like. Yeah, it's not quite a euphoria. It's close. Very close. It's like the hairy edge. Like I just need one more drink and I'll be there. I don't know if it's supposed to be like this, but I'll certainly be talking to my doctor about it. Yukon says we're on pace to screw some hedgies. I like it. Let's see if we got any of the numbers in here. I doubt my Monday numbers showed up. Yeah, they didn't. Market Watch is really making me wanting to pay their $1 every week to get the numbers, like in a timely fashion. They're about ready to get me for $52 a year. There's just something about it. I'm just so stingy. I'm so stingy that I don't want to pay that. That's $1. Most people would say that's $1 a week. I spend more on I spend more on blowing my nose. Trent says, I have a question. What will you be doing once you have sold your shares? Uh, First off, I've always stated that when I've sold off my position, at some point I will be buying back in for what I deemed as my fair share of shares held by uh, us owners of AMC. At some point or another, we had about 3.1 million shareholders. You divide that by the total outstanding amount of shares, and it basically came out to 125 shares. So at some point, I'll be buying back in for 125 shares. But in regards, because I think that's not what you're talking about, in regards to what I'm going to do with my life after this, it's not YouTube's not necessarily my plan. I'm actually thinking about. I've got about a 5-year plan ahead of me, and it's going to be a goal that I'm going to be working on. And I'm going to get I'm going to go back to school, and I'm going to get 2 different degrees that I'm looking towards. I'm going to complete. I'm going to finally go back. My dad would probably be really proud of me doing it. Better late than never, he would probably jokingly say to me. But yeah, beard shaving for sure. Beard shaving is going to happen at $90, one way or the other, reverse split conversion or not. This is coming off at $90, so that'll be long before I sell my position. Um, but yeah, I'm going to go back to school, and I'm going to finish up 2 different degrees that I'm eyeing. Law school was not going to be one of them. However, I was thinking about doing like I'm not planning on going to law school, but I was going to do business law. Was going to be one of the degrees. My dad taught business law in college, at a university, and so I was thinking, he'd probably be pretty proud of me to do business law. So I thought, oh, that's cool. My mom was asking me the other day. She says, you were talking about business law as being something you were going to plan on doing after this is over. Do you want me to save all your dad's material that he wrote up and that he did for his classes and stuff? And I said, nah. I said things change over time, and I'll end up having to probably just read. I don't want to go over his stuff. I'd rather just go over whatever I'm going to get taught at the time. So business law is one of the two. I'm not gonna. I don't know. I don't know. I know what the other one's going to be, but I'm not prepared to say. Hazel says, Casey, with the conversion, you could be shaving pretty soon. I hope so. I think my wife hopes so too. Maybe. That'd be nice. Thanks, Fireborn. Appreciate it, man. Andrew says you could collab with Al from Boston. Pass. My wife was asking me the other day, she says, why do people say hard pass? And I go, because it's really easy for them to like pass on it hard. Like that's like, yeah, no, definitely not. And she's like, I don't get it. It should be a soft pass, not a hard pass. She's like, a hard pass would be like where it's like a hard decision and you can't decide whether you're gonna do it or not, and a soft pass would be like a yes, you're definitely gonna you're gonna pass on that very easily. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not how it works. Can you do the triple Lindy? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Have you tried Mad Honey? They say it lowers your blood pressure. I have not. Dr. Zena says, go into psychiatry. Oh, the meds you can get your hands on. Probably not. No, not really interested. I'd like to take as few drugs as possible, for as long as I possibly can in my lifetime. Casey, go on tour with Taylor. James Taylor? I don't know if that's gonna happen. Sam says, great move. You'll get a full ride scholarship. I don't know about that. That's a little. That's probably a little far fetched, but the old ERA tour. What's up, Danny? Oh, Taylor Swift. Uh, I'm not really into country music, and I feel like some of her stuff really. I mean, she's really like I don't really view any of her music as really being that country, but I'm not like a huge like Taylor. Like I was a Taylor Swift fan before everybody else was a Taylor Swift fan. And then when she started getting really, really super big, I was kind of like, nah, I was past it. But I knew for a fact the very first time I heard some of her original music, I was like, yeah, there's a reason why Keith, who was it? Keith, I can't remember his last name. I worked with his, uh, I worked with his sister, and I can't think of what his name is. I want to say it was Keith something. The country singer, the founder. I was like, as soon as I heard her, I was like, oh yeah, she's gonna be something. But I don't know if it was Keith Urban. That doesn't sound. Maybe it was. I don't remember. Maybe it was Keith Urban. I don't know. I don't think that doesn't sound right to me. I feel like I would recognize it because the lady that I worked with, who was his sister, had the same last name. And that doesn't ring a bell. Let me see if I can look it up. I probably got the first name completely wrong. Tim McGraw. See, it wasn't even a Keith. It was Tim McGraw. Yeah, I went to I worked with a Carrie McGraw. As soon as I heard the last name, I could remember her first name. I worked with Tim McGraw's sister way, way, way back in the day. Really sweet lady. She's awesome. Kind as could be. Yeah. Turtle says worked Tim McGraw's show in Indiana a few years back. He's the most humble artist. And I'm telling you, Turtle, it doesn't run far in the family because his sister was the most humble person in the whole wide world. Like, I mean, it would give you the shirt off her back kind of thing. It was just, she was really, really cool. And it was really funny too because I worked with her and I didn't put two and two together. I was, McGraw. I mean, it's the same last name. I mean, you hear McGraw and you don't instantly think like, are you related to? Never once dawned on me. And then at a party one time, she revealed she revealed that she was his sister, and we're like, holy crap, that's crazy. I had no idea. Didn't ever. I mean, as soon as she said it, it was like, oh my God, I could see it totally in your face. I didn't want to say it, but I could see it right in her face, and I was like, oh my gosh, yep, I see it. Nobody wants to find out. No one wants to hear that she looks like her brother. So I didn't say it. I also went to school with trying to think of other people that I've met in my lifetime that was like that. I went to school with it was one of the Jackson Five's daughters, and I won't remember what her first name was for the life of me because it was kind of unique and different. But I went to school. She was in my dorm at the university that I was at, and uh, she was the tiniest of tiny little things. Had a wonderful voice, and what do you think she was going to college for? You would think music, but no, no, she didn't want anything to do with music whatsoever. She had a beautiful voice. And I told her, I was like, why aren't you in the music? Because I was in the music program at the time. And I was like, why aren't you in music? And, when she told me who her dad was, I was like, I don't understand. What the hell? Why aren't you in music right now? And she's like, it's not really my thing. I was like, you really? You come like your whole music is your family comes from music. Like, how is that not a thing for you? So I think she wanted to be a lawyer or something like that. I don't remember what it was. Something completely non-related to absolutely zero relationship to music. She had a great voice though. Luisa says, was it Tito? I don't recall. I wish I could remember which one it was, but I don't remember. I'd be lying to you if I tried to tell you who it was. I could go back to my yearbook from the university and look up and see what her name is, but I really just, if somebody said it, I would probably remember it, but I don't remember. My uncle-in-law went to school with Michael Stipe from REM. His dad worked on the Air Force base my wife currently works at. That's pretty cool. I think I remember asking her a question about like I'd said something to her about how many times have you had an opportunity to meet Michael Jackson? And she's like, I've never met him. I was like, really? I'm like, that's your uncle and you've never met him? And she's like, no. I think I remember her saying something about like her family just didn't let her go over or something like that. It was just they didn't it almost she made it seem like they were like estranged in a sense, which I thought was really weird. I was like, yeah, well, I guess I do have an uncle like that too. So I feel like all of us families, I feel like every single family out there has that one uncle or one uncle and aunt that like nobody wants to like send anybody over to because they're like estranged for some reason or another. In my family, I'm that one. As much as I hate to admit it, I am that estranged one uncle that nobody ever has their kids go over to. Andrew says my entire family is like that. Funky Pizza says my wife bought her first ape shares after watching Apes Together Strong last night. She started asking about investing yesterday because her friend got into it. Both are just starting investing. Very interesting. Papa Max says if you aren't sure who that one in your family, it's probably you. Yep. That's how I kind of figured it out. I was like, hey, nobody ever has my kids come over, or nobody has my kids go over or their kids come over. It's never, yeah. But they don't like the difference between me though, Papa Mac, and like some of the bad uncle in our family from my when I was a childhood is that they wouldn't like they don't if I'm not completely estranged from my family. Like me and my sister and my brother, we talk and stuff, and it's not like there's no I don't really think there's any bad feelings or anything like that or anything. It's just living in Texas and them living in California and Arizona just doesn't really like mix very well. It's really hard to travel across the whole U.S. So I think I'd like to believe, and I don't know if this is true, but I'd like to believe that if I lived closer, that we would probably get together much more often. But being as far away as I am, that's not the case. And I wish it wasn't like that, but I had to move where the work was. So wow, nice, Funky. Funky Pizza Production says I told them to take screenshots of their portfolios. One of my brokers messed up my average, I think he meant price, by a few dollars and had to make sure they corrected it. That's awesome. Papa Max says, how many times do you talk with your mom in a week versus a month? A week and a month. I mean, it depends. Like we go through like spurts where we might talk like 2 or 3 times in a week. Other times, maybe we go for like 2 or 3 weeks without even talking. I don't know. It just kind of depends on what's happening at the time. So, but I know, and so this is the part, Papa, that really kind of like weirds me out a little bit. I know for a fact that my mom and my sister have like a special time of the day where they talk to each other every single day. One, my sister always calls my mom at the same time every single day and they talk, and that I could never do that. I will never be that kind of, I can't do that. There's just that I don't even understand how do you do that? It doesn't make sense. I don't get that. Dynamite says talk as often as possible. I know, man. You always look back and regret it later if you don't. But then again, though, I like I like space. Mac and B says woman stuff, Casey. I just don't get it though. I mean, I get it. I get what you're saying with the whole woman stuff, but that is way too much. It is way, way too much in my opinion. I can't imagine calling my mom every single day. And it's they usually talk for like an hour or something, I think. Glenn says I wouldn't know what to say every day. I know, man. I get on the phone and give me like probably less than 5 minutes, and I'm pretty much done talking about everything I need to talk about. 5 minutes is good. And after 5 minutes, if we're still on the phone together, I'm kind of like sitting there going like, how do I end this? how do how do I end this without sounding like I'm trying to not end it? And if my mom's listening right now, Mom, I love you dearly, but I just don't like talking on the phone. She knows this. She knows this about me. She knows I don't like talking on the phone. So it's not like it's a strange thing for her. She knows. She knows that's just how it is. The funny thing is I married the right person because my wife doesn't like talking on the phone either. It's great. I love it. I love that about her. I don't have to get phone calls from my wife where she sits there and just yaks off my head for an hour. Never happened. Has never happened. I think maybe one of our longest phone calls ever might have been 10 minutes. It's great. We're on and off the phone really super quick. We get everything out of the way and then it's just that's it. There's no beating around the bush and everything's left to text messages. It's so much better. I married the right person. Not taking that call gives you one more hour to your mom's life each day. That's 365 hours in a year, which is over 15 days removed from her being able to do something she really wants. And you know what, Funky? I got pissed at my mom because she kept putting me in these group texts with all these people, and like some of the people don't even. Apparently, they're people in my family, but the phone numbers show up as a phone number, not even a name. And I kept telling her, I'm like, Mom, don't add me to those group texts anymore. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't. That's way too much for me. I can't stand my phone going off like constantly throughout the day. Please do not include me in those groups. So my mom knows now that if she wants to tell me something, she has to tell it to me individually and not throw me in some kind of group text because I just can't take it. I would go insane if my phone was nonstop off the hook, going off the chain with the back and forth with those group conversations. I can't deal with it. Splendid Ape Divas says, as a mother, I'd love to talk to my son every day, even if just a few minutes. You know what? Take the time. Call. Sometimes all they need to know is that you just want to hear from them, and that's it. You know what, Splendid Ape Diva? My mom watches this. She watches this live stream every day because she just wants to hear my voice. She's told me that, like literally, just told me, I just want to hear your voice. And she goes, sometimes I fall asleep to it, and I go like, ah, doesn't mean I'm gonna call her though. I just can't do it. It's so hard. It's so difficult. But I hear you. And we love talking to you too, but sometimes we just can't, not on a daily basis. But seriously, just call him. If you want to hear from him every day, just call him. He's either going to answer or he's not going to answer, but you can always keep trying. Man, F cancer. I'm with you. Yeah, I hate cancer. Cancer's a bitch. Ken says, I fall asleep to your voice every day. Well, maybe pretty soon here, Ken, we'll be making it a little bit more clear. I got a different microphone set in here that I'm gonna probably try out here in the very near future, perhaps maybe sometime this week, and we'll see what happens. I'll try it out, see if it's something I can do, I can live with, or if it just gets annoying and in the way. But it should make it sound much more clear than it is currently. Have you tried Simji, singing in it? Oh, yes. I have used this mic for singing into, but it was for actually I haven't recorded anything with this. I just started thinking about it. It was meant to be used to record the guitar playing. Um, I was going to get into a project and never did it. So this mic's never been used for any of that. Yeah, I'll tell you what it is. I got the lamer version. Hunter got the nice one. It's an AKC P. I can't read that letter. What is that letter? PCO P. Hold on a second. I gotta pick this up to see. P12O. AKG P12O. 120. P120. I got Hunter the 220. And we were comparing those two microphones together to just see what they sounded like. Holy crap, man. His step up version, the 220, is freaking amazing. My voice is so cool in that. I was like, damn, that sounds good. I don't even like hearing my own voice, but hearing my voice through his microphone was just sitting there going like, damn, that sounds good. He said it. Hunter said damn too. He's like, he didn't say damn. He said, wow, that's really good. No, I've actually had this mic for a really long time. NC Proud Dad, I've had it for probably a good 5 years, at least. In anticipation that I was going to do a musical project that I never ended up doing. It's because I got a guitar that doesn't have any pickups in it. It's the one I usually play on here for you guys, and it's a Takamine. And I wanted a microphone that I could use to mic the guitar, and because it's such a beautiful sounding guitar. And I went out and I bought a really nice mic. Well, what I felt was a good nice mic for it. It's probably just kind of substandard, really. James, Hunter says it sounds a lot better with other mics, so we'll see. We got about 7 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. I don't even know how much those run. Let me just check and see. I probably paid like just a little over $100 for it. Yeah, that's about right. $100 plus tax. But I got Hunter the P220. That one runs about. It's only about $30 more expensive, but actually I got him the $160 version that's got the nice little case and all that case with it's a diaphragm condenser microphone with this like nice little housing that goes around it, which I think it's vibration suspension, whatever it is. I'm thinking about turning my mic in and going in and spending an extra few bucks and buying the one he's got because it sounds good. Jason says that sultry voice is going to be on overload for my ears. Yeah, Ken, Takaminis are beautiful. Well, the one I have is I've played on a couple other Takaminis in the past, and I didn't like it as I didn't dislike them. I didn't like them as much as the one that I picked up though. The one that I got had because of it not having any active electronics in it. It's the soundboard of the guitar is basically untouched. No drilled holes anywhere on the edges of the guitar or anything like that. And it has as much the mids and the deep tones that come out of it are much more reverberating than I think something that might have electronics in it. So it has this really rich sound to it, and I really wanted to mic it because it's just so bold sounding. Uh, it's me. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna go there. A lot of people try to get me to like try and comment on what other people are doing, and I just try to refrain from that because um, I don't feel like I need to say anything. You know what I mean? If you feel like there's something wrong there, then you probably know that there's something wrong, right? Like you don't need me to tell you that. Go with your gut instinct. Don't you know? Well, I don't know. So I'm not gonna go there. I just don't. There's no need to. I think a lot of us. I mean, we've been around for 2 years now. A lot of us really know how to smell BS when it's there, right in front of our face, and we know how to tell the difference between that and the truth. And and sometimes there's a little bit of all the above in between. So go with your gut, man. Let your inner voice talk to you and tell you what you think is right and what's wrong. That way I don't have to. Then I'm not a bad guy. Because I didn't come here to be a bad guy. Two more minutes and we'll take a look at the numbers. You're a Chiefs fan, always a bad guy. Understood. Understood. But just remember that I have multiple teams that I like, so I'm a bad guy to a lot of different people. So it just depends on the year. so don't. Sometimes I'll be a bad guy for you. Sometimes I'll be a good guy. Nikki, I am so backlogged on songs right now, but it's a special request. Uh, all right. If it's a special request and I see what it is that you wrote there, um, let me look at it, give it a whirl, and see if there's a day I can fit it in. And I'll tell you what, I'll add to that when I'm about the day that I'm going to play it. I'm going to let you know because last time I did one of your requests, You didn't even show up that day. I was like, what the hell, man? I like played the song you wanted to have requested, and then you didn't even show up that day. I was like, that sucks. So so I'll let you know in advance so that you can at least come and enjoy it. All right, guys, what you say? Time for numbers? Let's do this. Take you guys over the other screen, and I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Otherwise, I already said that. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So wait for that. Wait for the big tramp to show back up. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me move some screens around. Let's take a look at what we got here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now for AMC, we've got about 45.54% through off exchange, EDGX at 8.26. The combined totals 53.8%. That's short by 10.2% less than it should be. Where's all that extra volume going? Some of it's going to CHX. 2.46% daily volume with a 30-day average of 3.14. It's 319,000 shares going through that exchange. Another exchange that's seeing elevated amounts of volume as well is the New York exchange, ARCA. ARCA is seeing a little elevated volume. It normally has about 5.82% volume. Right now it's at 10.41. So that's definitely elevated. Ape has some very strong elevated CHX volume this afternoon. 51.47% going through off exchange, EDGX 6.97. The combined total is 58.44%, or about 5.56% less than it should be. CHX volume for the day today is about 1.49% with a 30-day average of 0.08. A very high amount of volume going through that CHX exchange would, to me, would be about 30,000 shares or higher. We're at 171,000 shares right now. That's the equivalent of what AMC would do through CHX if it was like 1.7 million shares. When I get excited over 300,000, so it's a big number. On GME, CHX volume for right now is at 0.13 with a 30-day average of 0.35, so nothing unusually large happening there. Taking a look at Vortex, as of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 110,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. It's now 151,000 shares. That's going to, actually, it's not going to change anything. It's going to keep the estimated short-term interest, the free float at 22.52%. Cost to borrow mins at 856.16, average 1,002, max 1,006. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 1.03 million shares. Ortex estimated about 363,000 of that was in closed short interest, bringing our total shares on loan amount to 178.1 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 916,000 shares having been returned. It's now 908,000 shares. That's not going to do anything to the estimated short-term interest of the free float at 4.55. Cost per mins at 5.47, average 5.48, and max is 5.76. Shares on loan day over day increased by 200,000 shares to 8.7 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 15.3 thousand contracts. There's now 16.4. And on puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago, there was at a $4 strike, there was 12.8 thousand contracts. There's now 15.7. Combined price of AMC and Ape markets options are kind of showing a closing price on AMC somewhere between 4 and 4.5. The combined price is at $6.08, right about where it was an hour ago. We're still consolidating pretty heavily right now where we're at price. And you can see it's been that way for about 2 weeks now, almost, not quite. Orders by Fidelity customers, looking at AMC, Ape, and GME on this list here to see if we have large quantities of orders by retail, and we do not. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $3.78. Ape is at 1.665. Neither have been tripped. And there's been, according to Stonko Tracker, there's been no change in shares being borrowed, even though we know that's not necessarily the case. The one source that Stonko Tracker goes through does not show it. Taking a look at the market, NASDAQ is down 0.13. We have Dow Jones up 0.46. We have S&P 500 up 0.02. 4,267 advancers to 1,940 decliners. The market's still cooking with bacon grease and hot and tasty looking, but has not changed for the last couple hours. Still just kind of plunking away the way it is. We have FRC is down, hold on a second, 10.65. Silvergate's down 20%. Other big bank movers, we've got, that might be actually the end of them. I don't see any others in here. Nope, nothing else. Ethereum Classic is up 1.44. The US dollar is currently down. Well, actually, let's go back to Ethereum Classic. Let's take it back down to an hour here. We're on a trend up on Ethereum Classic. DXY is up, or down rather, 0.26 and still trending down at 102. I had mentioned earlier this morning that dropping down to 102 and retesting that Fibonacci retracement at 102 would be the next stopping point. That's exactly where it's stopping at. The next drop after this, if we come out to a daily, the next drop could very well potentially be down to around $1.79 per dollar. We are still trending inside of this a bit of a wedge that we've got going on here. And I'm waiting to see a break below this blue line. Actually, I'm going to recolor this line here because it's so doggone hard to see. Let's make it red. So we're kind of trending inside this wedge on the US dollar. If it does break outside this wedge, it could drop pretty drastically down. If this does drop down, then we should see the markets head up. I'm not expecting the big break until later or a future time down the road. And it actually, I feel like I should move this box back further because I think it's not far enough back. This would have us around the beginning of September. I think I'm going to move this box back just a tad. Maybe about there. That would be October-ish, which does tend to be one of the major times that we see market trends, big trends changing in the direction or path. Some of the market failures from the past have been around that time frame. Oil is currently down 1.02, but trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.5 to 0.53 on an uptrend. And the SPY is up 0.05. After having seen a little bit of a downtrend and hitting the bottom side of this Bollinger Band, we should see it return back up to the simple moving average, which is going to be about 438.90. VIX is currently showing up 2.56. Let me go into a smaller time frame. VIX and trending sideways. VBR is up 0.96, trending up. VB is up 1.27, trending up. Tesla is down 2.17, sideways trading. Amazon is down 2.44, trending down. Cinemark is up 3.36, trending down. Doge is down 1.01, sideways trading. Bitcoin is up 0.38. It's trending up currently, but it's kind of starting to consolidate a little bit. It might flag up here. If it doesn't flag up soon, it may continue on further down. I'm wondering if we're going to get a bit of a head and shoulders in here. It's the pattern starting to form. If this breaks back down and drops below 28.7 and starts to consolidate, perhaps maybe just slightly above 25, and then breaks out at some point right around. Actually, I would expect maybe the consolidation to be around 26.5. Seeing price dropping back down to 26.5 and consolidating, it might break out of this and start heading back down again. We'll see how long this head of this forms for here and see if it matches up to something over on the side over here. GME's up 2.09% in trading sideways right now. HYMC is up 3.42 in trading sideways. NCMI is up 0.78 in trading sideways. Hood is up 2.73 and consolidating as well, trading sideways. Ape is up 1.08% on an uptrend, slight uptrend, and AMC is up 0.6 with a slight uptrend as well. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have approximately, let's see here, $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 13.37 million shares traded so far. After 280 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 18.62 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is much lower than the 25 to 45 I predicted in the pre-market. So, but I tend to think we're going to see some more explosive volume towards the end portion of the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 46.12, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 49.77, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, a big spike in buying pressure versus selling pressure with an RSI 52.95, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, also a big spike in volume, creating buying pressure in here. I said volume, and I misspoke on that. It's buying pressure, a big spike in buying pressure that occurred here, and causing more buying pressure with RSI at 55.58, which is slightly above average. On Ape, we have approximately 2.1 million more outflow than inflow. 11.83 million shares traded so far after 291 minutes worth of trading. Nope, that's not right. 281 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 16.41 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35. I think I might get this one right, if not barely. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.35, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.69, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.08, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.06, which is above average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. I'm going to take off for break because I think I gotta go do something here. I'll put you guys back on this page. Alrighty, that's it. That's all I got for you guys. I'm going to go to break. I will see you guys back here for a power hour, and we'll close out this day. Casey is not impressed with Roy. Roy Clark. Yeah, I wasn't really. I mean, I've heard so many people play that Malanguenia that it's just like, I mean, I've never heard like an amazing. When you've heard it a million times, like it's really difficult for you to, unless somebody decides to take it and do some kind of like something new with it that you haven't heard before. It's just the same thing being played over and over and over for me, anyways. Casey, aren't you going to talk about murdering ornithologist? Huh? I have no idea what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means, but I gotta take off. And what does that mean? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yeah, I talked about it this morning. Is that what that is? Is that some kind of, I don't know. If you're making shit up, I don't know what it is, man. You treat me like I'm like I know shit. Stop assuming I know stuff. Crying out loud. Let's see here. I'm going back to school to learn pole dancing. Why you gotta give away my dream? Why do you gotta shatter my dreams like that? Like, I mean, does it make you feel happy inside, Yucca, that you're this is I know what this is, Yucca. I know what this is. Just because I don't pronounce your name right and Pantheon does means you have to belittle me about my future dreams about being a pole dancer. And I really take offense to that. I understand that I get your name wrong, but you don't have to be bitter. I'll see you guys after you get back from break. Alrighty, I am back. And let's see what we got going on here. Nice little trend upwards on Ape. We're at $1.88, 1.888 up 2.05%. AMC is up 0.24 at 421. The combined total between the two is $6.10, which is the exact amount that I said for a closing price for the day today. What are the chances I get to hold it there for the next 45 minutes? Probably not very good. But you never know. We'll see. How is the Heine Shine? Heine Shine. Don't know what that is. Heine Shine. No idea. Alrighty. I guess I'll take you guys over to the other page. Pantheon, how's it going? Good to see you. I had to run while I was on break. I had to run my daughter over to a friend's house real quick she's gonna get a ride to go roller skating at the roller skate rink here. So I had to like drive someplace really quick. All right, let's see what we got going on. Let me take you guys over the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account. And you never know when you're going to be skydiving and lose your phone while skydiving. And it's good to have a backup secondary device that can receive that access code to get into your account. Please get a digital copy from your broker of the position that you hold. Get a statement from your broker on the position that you hold. Take a screenshot or a movie. I don't care what it is you do. Just somehow or another get documentation of proof of what it is that you hold. Do not rely on your broker to hold that information reliably. That is upon you. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX. And we've only got 46.44 through off exchange, EDGX at 7.91 on AMC. That's 11.65% less than it should be. Where's all the extra volume going? Some of it's going to NYSE ARCA. Some of it's going to CHX. Now, I know the 30-day average on CHX is 3.15, but we normally don't really see that much. 2.84% of our volume is going into that today. It's equating to about 421,000 shares. That's over the 300,000 number. That's a key number for me. Signifies a significant portion of shares going through there. On Ape, we have 51.17% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.58. Combined total is 57.75%. That is 8.25% less than it should be. CHX volume is really high today on Ape, 1.29 with a 30-day average of 0.08, 171,000 shares. Anything over 30,000 is a lot on Ape. So that's a really high number. On GME, CHX volume is 0.12 with a 30-day average of 0.35. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 151,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. On the day today for AMC, it's now 145, so it's gone down just a tad bit. That's going to keep that estimated short share interest of the free float at 22.52%. Cost to borrow mins at 856.16. Cost to borrow average at 100 or 1,002. Max 1,006. Shares on loan for the day today is 178.1 million shares. That's 1.03 million shares less on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex estimated that about 363,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 908,000 shares returned for the day. That's still the same, leaving our short share interest, the free float, at 4.55. Cost of borrow ends at 5.47, average is 5.48, and max is 5.76. Shares on loan day over day increased by 200,000 shares to 8.7 million shares on loan. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on call options is at a $4.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there were 16.4 thousand contracts. There's now 19.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at 18.7. $4 strike with 18.7 thousand contracts when there's 15.7 an hour ago. Market still suggesting a closing price between 4 and 4.5 by the end of the day on AMC. Current price combined is $6.09, still consolidating within this wedge. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on this list all day long today. Still not. That means retail is not doing any of this price movement. Not that we normally do, but you would know how much of it was coming from retail if we saw us on that list there. SSR right now as it stands is at would have tripped today at $3.78 for AMC, Ape at 1.665, neither of which have tripped, and I've not seen data update on this all day long as far as shares being borrowed. We have NASDAQ up 0.07, Dow Jones up 0.5, the SP 500 is up 0.1. We have 4,171 advancers and 2,058 decliners. The market is not cooking with bacon grease like it was most of the day, and there's actually more decliners now than there was in the last hour. Taking a look at banks, big movers. What do we got going on here? FRC is down 8.92, Silvergate down 20%. Other big movers, that might be it. That is indeed it. Ethereum Classic is up 2.63. The US dollar is down 0.29. Just breaking underneath 102 right now. Oil is and trending down. Oil is down 0.63 but trending sideways. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.36 to 0.33 but trending down. And SPY is up 0.09 and consolidating sideways. VIX is up 1.82 but for the most part trading sideways. It might have a slight downtrend. VBR is up 0.9 and trading sideways. VB is up 1.31 and trending up. Tesla is down 1.9 and sort of trending down. I mean, the current trend is up, but it's been trending. It looks like it's trending sideways, honestly. I said honestly. I can't believe I just did that. It's slightly down, slightly trending down. Amazon is also the same, down 2.21. Looks like it's trending slightly sideways. Cinemark is up 3.71 and trending up. Doge is up 0.24 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.45 at 30.6K a coin and trending sideways. GME is up 3.41 and trending up. HYMC is up 4.2, trading sideways. NCMI is up 1.8, trending sideways. Hood is up 3.71, trending up. Ape is up 1.89, trending up. And AMC is up 0.24 and trending down after hitting 425 briefly. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We've got $2 million more inflow than outflow. I don't know why I said 3. 15.8 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 300 and let's see, we got 40 minutes left to go here. 350 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 17.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 25 and 45 million shares traded. I wish I'd have gone 20 to 40. That might actually be more possible, but I'm really feeling like 20 might even be a stretch at this point. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.61, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour, RSI at 48.83, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's a very large very large amount of buying pressure currently right now, and RSI is at 51.25, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.1, which is just slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately $1.9 million more outflow than inflow. 13.42 million shares traded so far after 352 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 14.86 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 25 million, or 15 and 35 million, and I'm pretty sure we're going to hit that. Just on, it is going to be on the, I barely make that one. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 68.32, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with a couple divergences in the vortex indicator within the last couple hours. RSI is at 65.99, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.41, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.03, which is slightly above average. No, that's above average. I take that back. And looks like there's some news out. AMC Ape stock investors on watch for judge decision. I do know that there was some people suggesting that Judge Zern is putting out some decisions today, and people are hoping that that's going to be one of them will be AMC. Can't confirm or deny that. I'm kind of guessing it's going to be next week, but we'll see. Looking to see if we have any reporting in for wholesale inventories and consumer credit earlier this morning. I do not see that. On consumer credit, they were suggesting previously it was 23 billion, and they were expecting a median forecast of 21.5 billion. So we'll find out tomorrow, I guess, what those numbers came out to. Those should have been reported within the last. Actually, let me just see if I can. Should have been reported by 3 o'clock, so it should be out. U.S. consumer credit increases by 7.24 billion versus estimate of 20.25. That's May of 2023. That's not this month. Never mind. Hold up. Let me go back. Let me find. That's 5 minutes ago. Hold up a second here. Why is this showing up? That's so weird. This says that it was printed. Oh, I think I see what they're doing. This must not be in the U.S. This is off of forexlive.com website. They're reporting 10/7/2023. It got me all backwards on that one. Total consumer credit in the U.S. rose by 7.24 billion in May 2023, a figure considerably below market expectations of a 20.25 billion increase. This is the smallest monthly gain in consumer credit since November 2020. Revolving credit, typically credit cards, increased by 8.2%, which is a drop from the 13.8 increase in the previous month. Non-revolving credit, generally auto and student loans, fell by 0.4% following a downwardly revised 2% increase in the prior month. A surprising number and congruent with the slowing consumer. So perhaps consumers not as willing to use their credit as much as they had in the past. Let's see here. I'm checking to see if there was anything else that was printed out. Yeah, consumers slam on brakes on borrowing. Hmm. A lot of, it says here, earlier on Monday, the New York Fed survey of consumer expectations found that consumers perceive that access to credit improved somewhat in June, with a slightly higher percentage of households reporting that it's easier to get credit now than it was a year ago. Might be time to up my limits. YouTube blocked the flag. That's crazy. Thorbladed says, I want Q2 results and popcorn numbers. I don't blame you, man. I can't wait to see those too. Point Break Thor, I also think that don't forget that in regards to capital gains, I think it also depends on how much money you make as well. An important factor to consider. Obviously, I'm not a financial consultant or CPA. Um, so CPR is saying to the moon, Casey. When to Q2 reports. I was looking through it. There's a lot of different reported numbers or dates out there. I've been seeing a lot of August 3rd, but that's not the only date that I've been seeing. So I'm not really 100% certain, but I have a feeling that it'll be around that time. It also changes too, depending on how you're filing as well. Don't forget that. Uh, it might change based off of your if you're filing uh, jointly versus not. It would change some things for you. Food Dog says YouTube blocks the UK flag. That's white with red cross, but why? Hmm, I don't know. Yeah, CPR CPR is a few letters shy. I mean, you're one letter away of being correct on CPA, but there's tons of ways the government takes their taxes. And that's why you need a CPA. I agree. Yeah. Arthur says Nasdaq says August 3rd, but that's just an estimate on previous date release dates. I agree. Of course, yucca. I mean, I can't think of a better way than mixing business law with pole dancing. That seems like the most obvious mix that you would probably come up with for two degrees, two majors. Obviously, it's not called pole dancing. It's called business entertainment. Dancing. It's called entertainment dancing, I guess. I don't know. I was really surprised to learn one of the second community colleges that I ever went to. Really surprised to learn that they actually had as a class they had dancing. I think it was very specific to a type of dancing, but I don't remember what it was. Attendees Plus Plus says they have online capital gains calculators. They sure do. But again, nothing beats having a CPA. All the strippers would have you on retainer. I'd be like the personal lawyer. Oh man, look at the big push down we're getting here right at the end of the day. So instead of the push up, we're getting the push down. That probably means Ape is going up here. No, trading sideways. And maybe we'll see a bounce off this 417 then, because Ape doesn't seem to be moving. Ape is up for the day, 1.89%. So seeing AMC head down and close 1.89% down would not be far-fetched. I can imagine something like that happening. And that's getting us closer and closer every day to that $4, $2 conversion prices that I was kind of mentioning from before. Pole dancing can be therapeutic. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. I mean, I don't know anything. I don't know anything more than you do, Boomstick. Maybe not. We know that eventually here. There's our bounce. There's our bounce. There she is. Boing. I really need I need a sound. I really need to upgrade my soundboard. So all I have is like the dropping bomb sound, which I think is like this one. Let me see. Hold on a second here. Let me make sure I have the volume up for you guys. Otherwise, you won't hear it. It's the mother load. I have that noise set up, and I called it news, and I thought, oh, I'll play that every time I ever have some news that pops up. Oh, breaking news! Kapoosh, it's the bomb, and then I never do it. It just sits there. This button, and it just sits there. It says news. I got a heartbeat too. I got a heartbeat over here. It goes. It's like that moment, the moment that you can feel like just before something happens. Over the weekend, I sold my sealed Pokemon. I almost said Pokemon. Pokemon collection. Now I have 5K more ammo if they dip us. Time to sell the Peloton, Casey. Man, I need that thing to get back in shape, though. Yes, Boomstick. I did know that. Actually, one of the ones that I belong to, which I probably won't name which one it is. If you're a part of it, then you know what I'm talking about. Um, I got to play some of these sounds for you because it's pretty funny. Check this out. I'll play some of these just because they're funny.
A B C D F G H I J K L M N O.
I don't know what that is. I hope that wasn't too loud. Here's the next one. Bunch of Arnold sounds. And then I guess some of the ones that I think that you guys will probably recognize a little bit better is this one.
Professor Astro.
Or you might recognize this one better.
Gary Gensler, I want my fucking money.
Wait, or this one.
It's just the word sex. That's it. Okay, you like
I don't know who clipped these, but that's pretty funny. And then they also have. I feel like there's another one in here that was kind of funny as well. That's probably the best of it. Do their Alex Jones. Yeah, the Alex Jones one's funny.
I'm kind of retarded.
I played that last night, and I thought Boomstick. I was like, next time we get some shill that comes walking in here, and I'm just gonna read off their name. I'll be like, "Oh, Flat Earth. I see your comment."
I'm kind of retarded.
I thought I'll play that, and I don't know. That seems like that might get me in a little bit of trouble. We're not supposed to use those R words anymore. Arthur, when you go into the back of the big tramp, if you're on your computer, there's on the left-hand side of the bottom of the screen, there's some sound. There's like a soundboard there, but I think you have to be a part of the Discord in order to play it. To get the ones that I'm showing you, you have to be a part of those Discords in order to get those to pop up. I don't, unfortunately, share anything that's cool like that. I'm so uncool, man. You picked the wrong guy for coolness. Because that's not me. I can't. That's like trying too hard. I can't do it. It's too far over the top. No, none of the sound bites are. Actually, there might have been one in there that might have been from. I don't know. I already backed out of it. There might have been one in there from Office Space. Man, are they going to literally close us out like dead even today? Are they going to try and push Ape down at the last second, drop it down to like 180, 5 for a close, and then drive AMC right back to 420 for a like. Man, I mean, what a sideways trading day if they were to do that. 420 and 185. Wouldn't that be something? James of Arizona says something is going on. Lots of tickers over 15% up right now. Let's take a look at SPY in general. See where it's at. SPY is showing up 0.09. DXY is down 0.31. VIX is still up 1.69. Might be a little bit of artificial movement here. GME is up 3.3. Yeah, Buzz and Buzzman says Shiny's on the side of the road. Man, Buzzin', have you been here that long? I used to talk about that's how I used to refer to them, was shiny stuff on the side of the road. Man, Buzzin', I didn't I guess I just lost track of time. Thanks, Jason. I'll take a look at it when we get done here. Speaking of this, actually, I'm not speaking about this at all. Bringing this up out of nowhere. This Thursday is my birthday, so I think I'm going to take it off. And I was actually, my wife said we should go do something fun for your birthday, and she's like, we could go get like a couples massage or something like that. And I was like, wow, I haven't had a massage in forever. I was like, that would be really good. I would like to go get a massage. So I started looking at some places last night. I started doing some research, and I was looking for some place where we could go. But I was trying to look for something where they had like like maybe like I've always wanted to try one of those deprivation water sleeping things. I'm not sure what they're called. Floats. I don't know. You basically just float in a bunch of salty water in the dark. And I thought, that would be really really cool. So I was looking up places and stuff, and there's all these things, these add-ons that like you can do like ultraviolet sauna and all kinds of crazy stuff these days. I'm not really into that kind of thing, and it's just figured to be like a treat. And anyways, yeah, sensory deprivation chamber. I don't know what they're called. Anyways, it seems like it might be a little bit of fun to go try, and so I'll probably be taking Thursday off, going back and relaxing. You all, no, get your minds out of the gutter. For 500, you can come to my house and float in the salt water all you like. Just watch for the boat traffic and the gators. Mouth hugs for your birthday. Thanks, Boomstick. Watch we squeeze while Casey's locked in the tub. Wouldn't that be something? I don't think I'll be the lucky one that gets the squeeze on my birthday. It would be nice, but I'm not counting on it. It's a sacrifice he's willing to make. That's right. Um, has anybody ever tried one of those before? Those salt baths that you just kind of float in the dark for those? Because I'm looking for some advice here. I've never done it before. Is there like should you only do it for an hour? I mean, it sounds like you do it for an hour, and I'm sitting there going like, I don't think I could float for an hour. I think I'd rather do it for like a half. Like I'd rather build up to it maybe. Like start off with like a half hour. Like a half hour seems like that would probably be a perfect amount of time. I don't know if I want to go much longer than that. But I was just curious if anybody had any experience with those. Fried yucca and salt. Tasty. Yucca. 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 You might get a different squeeze on your birthday. No. It's not sensory deprivation. I don't know what it's called. There's Look it up. It's like float baths or something. And it's just you just float in saline water. I don't know. I don't know what kind of water it is. I know it's salty. It makes you float. And you just sit there and float. I don't know, for an hour or less. You're like a turd in the ocean. Don't ask me how I know. Make sure to tape the bunghole. Gross. Uh, that sounds painful. Arthur Martin says, people pay for that shit? A fool and his money will soon be parted is so true. Hazel says, wear earplugs so salt water doesn't get in your ears. Well, wait a minute. What's wrong with salt water in your ears? I mean, I've gone to the ocean tons and swam in the ocean, never had problems with salt water in my ears. Thorblade says, is the triple bottoms in or what? Let's take a look. We'll zoom out a little bit here. Yeah, kind of a little bit today, isn't it? Sure looks that way. Let's zoom me out a little bit here. I don't know. We're still just kind of hovering on the underside of the ascending level of what was support and is now resistance. So kind of seems like that. Okay, yeah, I don't have any problems with water in my ears. Thorblade says if AMC sold THC at the theaters, would they skyrocket? Uh, I tend to think yes. Real Rugged says made it through celebration of life yesterday. Was great to see so many people. Yesterday was your birthday, Real Rugged? I didn't know. I should have toasted to you if I would have known. I didn't even toast today because I'm not drinking. Andrew, thank you. I appreciate it. Ape is still climbing right now. It's at 190. We got AMC back to 420. If price closes right where it's at right now, I'll end up being dead on the money on the price prediction, albeit a little wrong on which one went which way, but it would still be the correct price prediction because I had 185 for Ape and 425 for AMC. It's just we got 5 cents more on Ape and 5 less on AMC, which oftentimes is the problem. Is something that we see have happen. One goes one direction, the other goes the other. Albert says every penny up on Ape is better than 2 pennies down on AMC. I agree. Arthur says Zern decision coming today and after hours. Trust me, bro. If it does, I would expect to see a large quantity of movement, and I might end up hitting my volume predictions after all, a lot better than I got than it's currently looking, anyways. Did I get? I'm really close to the 15 million on Ape. I'm pretty sure Ape's gonna hit the 15 million. I just AMC hitting the 25 in the aftermarket hours is gonna be pushing it real good. Da, 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 da. You know you were thinking it. Sorry for your loss, real rugged. Wait a minute, what happened? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, real rugged. I was just telling this to my mom, or not my mom. I was telling it to my wife. It was this morning. Was it this morning? I think it was this morning. There's nothing anybody can say to you that's gonna make you feel any better. Um, I'm so sorry to hear about your loss. Remember the good times. Remember the good memories. Those are the things you have to cling on to right now because it's rough, man. It's my dad passed away almost to the day 4 years ago, and it still hurts to this day. So I feel the pain, but I'm not going to say anything else because I know it hurts. Just remember that family's there for you. You know, when you need to reach out to somebody, let your family know that you're hurting. That's what they're there for. I'm here in Vermont, shit flooding everywhere. Is it summers? I mean, what's still melting? I would think everything would be done melted by now. Food Dog says Casey, some small family offices closing shorts. Is it been confirmed? Have they packed up their bags and walked out? Hot air balloons dropping water. What? Well, there's our 425 that I was hoping for on AMC. They haven't pushed 8 back down yet, so it looks like we might close a little bit higher than the 410 that I was suggesting for the close for the day today. It looks like we might be hitting 615 instead. I said 410, 610. Definitely getting a little bit of a run up here at the very end of the day, but as usual, unfortunately, all good things must eventually come to an end, and it is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discoveries on board computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hiya, Bobby.
Hi, Ken.
You wanna go for a ride?
Sure, Ken.
Jump in.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a blonde single girl in a fantasy world. Dress me up, make it time. I'm your darling.
You're my doll, rock and roll. Feel the glamour and pink. Kiss me here, touch me there, hanky panky.
You can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
Make me walk, make me talk, do whatever you please. I can act like a star, I can beg on my knees.
Come jump in, bimbo friend, let us do it again. Hit the town, fool around, let's go party.
You can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours. You can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
Oh, I'm having so much fun.
Well, Barbie, we're just getting started.
Oh, I love you, Ken.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy